All right. Okay, if we're ready on the dark side of the moon, play the five tones. I'll see it, let it refresh, see if I'm live. It says I'm live. Okay. Eh, let's see, where will we start? We're going to start with, I guess, Trump. And we have a lot of Trump supporters, black and white, on both sides. And as everybody knows, I am a political agnostic. I do not care. And up until like a week ago, I really had Trump winning. And I was on the Code Breakers, and they were actually discussing the map between Biden and Trump. And they're in the heart of DC. This is kind of stuff that they do. This is their hobby. They know all the players. They met damn near all the players that are involved. And the map that they showed me was actually better than the map I put up in the community tab. And that had Trump losing by about 70 to 80 points. And the Wall Street Journal shows me a map that's even uglier for Trump than the one that I saw. And when I ask people about this, they they give me intangibles about what they think and what people are going to ultimately do when they um, when they pull a lever. They get inside the ballot box because they're comparing this time to last time. And the polls had Hillary Clinton winning. And she ultimately did win the popular vote. She didn't win the electoral vote, but she won the popular vote. And Hillary Clinton had a lot of dogs chasing her, which is the what we call the deep state. They didn't want her to win. And she got hit with a lot of scandal late. So sometimes the polls are wrong, but most time not. Otherwise, they wouldn't use them. Now, I've said from the very beginning, even going back 2 years ago, that the Democrats put up very, very bad candidates. And these two candidates that the Democrats put up, I don't particularly like. I don't think they're good candidates. And I said the only way that Trump would even lose or have a chance of losing is if he screws up. And when COVID came to town, for a lot of different reasons why COVID came to town, it's going to ultimately come down to his handling of COVID. It doesn't matter whether you think he's a racist or not, or what he is or not, because people say, well, he's not a racist and he doesn't approve of these far right wing people, constituents, which is bullshit. Trump actually rode in 2016 on those very people, the same people McCain turned down. McCain could have been closer if he had accepted these people into his camp. He did not. And McCain's from Arizona. Sarah Palin courted these people. And possibly McCain possibly could have defeated Obama if he had accepted these people in the crowd. Trump didn't make that mistake in 2016. He actually courted these people. Is Trump a racist? I don't know. Is Trump a racist? I don't particularly care. I don't think he's any more racist than Biden is. But the people that he courted are definitely racist. Okay, they're definitely far right. Those are the Trump supporters that actually marched in Charlottesville when they thought that he was going to throw them under the bus. He courted them. They're part of his camp. They're part of his constituents. What do you think the wall was about? That's what the far right wants. So he's got to own that. I don't care who he is. He's got to own that shit. If the shit that went up in Michigan with the Michigan militia, he got to own that shit because those are his supporters. So if they're saying that asking him does he support far right agendas or the KKK or whatever, he got to own it. Even if he says no, he doesn't support them. Even if he condemns them, you still got to own it because those are the people that you got elected by or helped get you elected in 2016. Yeah, Governor Gretchen. It's the energy. You got. You know what? The thing is that he let it loose. Okay, everybody, everybody since hell, even before Ronald Reagan, everybody since Jimmy Carter has suppressed these people. Okay, go back and read the Turner Diaries. The Michigan militia and the people of those ilk are not new. Bill Clinton actually went after them in from 92 to 94, well, really to 92 to 95. Oklahoma was their last big to do. Those are the people that took over. I do believe it was someplace. I think it was a federal land. I think it was either in Oregon or Washington. Okay, that they had to have them stand down. These are the people. These are the people that think Trump has their back, and it's not a mystery that he does. Now, I'm not saying that he can or cannot, but him winning and losing an election because he supports these people is irrelevant. He's not. If all it was Trump supported the far right, he wouldn't have a problem. He's probably still win because Biden and Harris are so bad. But the thing is, you when you add COVID-19 to that, dude, you're gonna win or lose on COVID-19. You cannot say you cannot basically lock down a country or suggest that you lock down a country because of a virus and say that it was needed and then not do what it takes that to get the economy back rolling. Okay, it's on your watch. Well, people say, well, it wasn't his fault. He couldn't help it. He has no control. It doesn't matter, dude. The U.S. President of the United States you are there to handle crises. 9 times out of 10, the crises that come up, you don't start. But the thing is, you're in that seat and you have to handle it. And only a president can handle certain things. It does. If they get hostile, they get hostile. The Army and the National Guard have been preparing for this kind of conflict for eons. And at the end of the day, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? If you start a civil war, your economy is already in a shitter. What do you think is going to happen? You think it's going to get better for you? And if you do win, if they do win, what are they going to have after you decimate a country? It's going to break up, and everybody knows it. Even they know it. There ain't gonna be no race war, man. Hey, Google, stop. Yeah, that Antifa shit is overblown. What's really going on is not really what you're seeing out in the streets is not really a militia. What you see is people being frustrated that they can't go to work and they can't go outside and they have to wear a mask. They're frustrated, and you have a liberal country, a liberal people in a liberal country having hissy fits. That's what you're seeing. And I told you that before it even happened. If you have to lock them down, then they're going to get upset. If they can't go to work, they're going to get upset. If their jobs are locked down, they're getting upset. You get uh, owners complaining about, well, I can't do 100% in my bar or restaurant. If it were me, I'd let you open. I'd let you open up. Okay, you open up at your own risk. But somebody comes back and sues your ass, we're not backing you. If somebody comes and sues you out of existence, somebody, because that almost happened. Somebody got sick in a hair salon. They sued the shit out of this hair salon. If somebody gets sick in your bar or restaurant and they can prove that you caught it there, you're out of business. And what are they gonna say for the next business that tries to do that? White against white against white, black women want black men to join in somehow. Black women really don't know what the fuck they want to do. Black women sees it as their opportunity to see some measure of control. This is their opportunity. That's what they see. If they're probably will not, there ain't gonna be no race. Really, if you guys really think you're gonna be a race war, if y'all thought it was gonna be a race war, you niggas would be having getting passports and get the hell out of this country. That's why I know that you guys don't really believe in a race war. Well, the country's ready to split anyway. Because if there's going to be a war, a civil war, it's not going to be a race war. It's going to be civil war against the government. It won't be against you. You're just the side attraction. You're the concession prize. Different definition of war. Nah, there's only one definition of war. The one you're talking about. Nah, that's not white. Racism is not a war. Racism is a system of control. It's not a war. If that was the case, if that was the case, we'd have been fighting for 300 years. Racism is not a war. Racism is a system of control. If racism was a war, you wouldn't be here. Yeah, go to Sudan and you're gonna find out what a war is. When it's a race war, they will call them Holocaust or ethnic cleansing, like they did in Rwanda, like they tried to do in Kosovo, like they tried to do with the Kurds in Iraq. That is the definition of a race war. Okay, it is not a war. It's a system of control. You guys try to redefine definitions. It's a system of control. Now, if you get out of hand, it can become a race war. You have a war of ideas. You can have a war of ideas. The thing is the that's Trump in a nutshell. You talk about racism and stuff like that. We talking about Trump. We talking about an election. And if Trump goes down, doesn't mean that the system's going to change for you. It's not. So you're trying to put a racism tag. If it was a racism tag, and you guys really believed that Trump was a racist, you wouldn't be voting for him. You wouldn't. If you thought Trump was any more of a racist than any one of the other white presidents that we have, you wouldn't even be thinking about supporting him. You wouldn't. That's why we know that it's not that big a deal. The biggest deal is how the economy is going, and that's what he's going to be elected or not elected on. let's before I open it up, let's get to my thoughts on the gender war. Okay. Now, when I first got into this sector, into the black sector, they described to me what the black gender war was. The online YouTube black gender war. Okay. That's what the gender war was described to me as, which is was when we went after Cynthia G and we X'd out Brooklyn Blue and a whole bunch of others and booted them off of YouTube. That should have been the end of the online YouTube gender war. And so far, these people have not risen their heads and really come back. They been pretty much shuttled off into exile for the most part. Even Crystalline Karazin is talking about dating and how to get a high value man. Okay, how women are too fat. She's doing a show right now about black women being too big and too fat and too out of shape to attract a high value man. Okay, that's far from the Negroes ain't shit stuff that she was talking about even like 2-3 years ago. That stuff is basically gone. And most of the pushback we get is not from women, we get it from men. Men are the guys here in this sector basically fighting amongst themselves. It's not they're not even fighting with the women. The women are not even part of the discussion that we're even going through. We might talk about topics, but for the most part, we're not fighting women, we're fighting each other. Yeah, they're still talking about it. And so when I say stop trying to revive this gender war, because when I did the Kicks Rocks video about Cynthia G and people started going in on Cynthia G, she started to lose subs and all kinds of stuff, and she was going downhill. It was black men, two of the prominent black YouTubers in this sector that went back and saved her, gave her a whole new life, breathed fresh life into her, right, into her whole platform, and kept her name out there. And then she had a whole crew that came with her, right? We had to go through a whole year and a half of that shit. They got pretty much exiled. And y'all still trying to revive these people. Basically, what I see you guys, what certain people are trying to do is keep the tomato can. The tomato can is basically if you want to have a boxing match or some kind of fighting match, you get a guy that's past his prime, can't really fight anymore, but he has enough of a name for you to punch on so you can actually have an event. So you guys keep bringing out these tomato cans and keep punching on them just to have something to talk about. And I get tired of you bringing in the guys bringing up the tomato can of the week. You guys actually going out trying to find something to be mad about. It's okay if that's what you want to do. If you want to redefine what the gender war is, redefine it. And that's what I'm hearing. When I first got here, there was one thing. Now 5 years later, after we vanquished and solved all the other problems, now we're going to redefine it. Basically, in the military, they call that mission creep. It's not the original mission. As it was defined to me and by Don Calypso and others about what the black gender war was, we basically vanquished that. But now that we vanquished it, now we need something else. Now we need another war. No, now the war is not over because now we have to defeat all the negative stereotypes that black men actually have to encounter. Okay, that's a different war. That's a different mission. And if you're going to do that, we have to have different tactics. And the tactics we're using are digging up old adversaries, breathing life into them and bringing them back and putting them in front of us and talk about the old talking points, to me, don't work. If you have a different war, an expanded war, you have to have different tactics. We can't keep using the same tactics for the same for an old, what we call, enemy that we basically defeated and vanquished 2-3 years ago. Why are we still doing it? And that's what irritates me. I get tired of hearing what Cynthia G said for the last 4 years, that we're dominated, or we date fat white women, or whatever it is, or we date out more. That shit don't matter. Okay, that we've already proposed that, done that, been there, killed all those talking points. But yet we still keep rehashing the shit because basically I guess we're running out of shit to talk about. There's other stuff. There's other stuff that can be done, especially right now. Now you can have black men, like I said, like Dr. Ronald Neal talk about. We need black male independence. Not arguing with black women now. Now we need to go and start arguing with the state, because they're the ones that set fucking policies that put our ass in jail, put our asses in child support court, limit our financial success, all the kind of stuff that we need to actually straighten up and put into place. Keeping our boys only read at 10% grade level. Come on, man. That stuff is important. That's the stuff we need to focus on, instead of who the black chick screws. Man, we don't give a fuck who she screws. Now you have a plethora of choices now. You're not locked into this chick. If the black women, the whole 22 million adult black women don't want to get in line, man, leave them aside. In fact, import you 22 two new black women from all over the globe. You got 2 billion. You got what? You got 1.5 billion black women on the planet, right? You can find 22 million for wives. If you want black women, you can. Hell, you got 1 billion Latinos. You got a 600 million Latinas. Import some. Now you're talking about the Asians. Got 2 billion Asians. Half of them are women. Got over 1 billion Asians. Import some. America is decaying. One thing is that if you black women cannot change because they've been indoctrinated so long with this system, with this gynecologist system, right? They can't change. So if you want them, this is who they are. Okay. They can't change fast enough. Okay. Even if you wanted to change them fast enough, beating on them is not going to make them change faster. Okay. Beating on them is not going to make them change faster. They can't change the way they were trained overnight. It's not going to happen. The thing is, you have a choice. If you want a black or American black woman, this is the stuff that comes with her. Okay, this is shit you're gonna have to put up with because she's trained that way. You cannot reverse her training. Black women look, what's his name? Lonnie Love proves that they can't change their training. Okay, in the face of black men choosing somebody else, they can't even prove. They're pissed off because that's not the game that they can play. That's why they get pissed off about the submissive word. In fact, I was listening to Shop Talk Live with Artisan. Artisan said it. Black women know what submission is. They know what it is. They know exactly. In fact, I'm gonna do a video on it tomorrow. I'll do a rant on tomorrow. Black women know what the fuck submission is, but the thing is, they expect you to submit to them. That's how we know that they know what it is. They know how to submit because the thing is, they want your submission, not theirs. That's what they won't tell you. If you can find a American black woman that suits your needs, by all means, go get her. But the thing is, you're not locked into one particular system. That's what even Soul and Black says that the young millennials and the Z's are not locked into the same thing we're locked in. He talked about the Generation X's and older that are still locked into this mindset. But the thing is, for Generation X and older, most of them, their time is past. That time is past. Their time of influence is past. They're well past that particular dating age, right? We're talking about the younger folks. And they're not locked into what we call this particular gender war. There's no need for it. Your stuff, your argument now is not with the black woman. Your argument now is with the broader society. That's where your argument is, changing policy. That's where it is. And the one thing I say about this space is that we have influenced thought outside of this space. This I liken this space to Battlestar Galactica, being chased by the Cylons. There's more of them. They have better weapons, and they replicate faster. Okay, you're outgunned, you're outmanned, and they're chasing you across the galaxy. But we got influence. And Battlestar Galactica can fight back, and we have. And now our message is spreading. Now they're on the defensive. We're going to have to switch from being on the defensive to the offensive now, because now it's beyond that. I was listening to Ice Cube tonight. He said he's saying the same things that we've been saying for the last 5 years, but now his eyes are awakened, because now he sees it, because this stuff has gotten out into the broader society, where he said it's about the systems of control that we're under, that black people are under, especially black men. And one election, good or bad, is not going to really change that. Okay. Trump's going to have to win his election, regardless how we feel about him, and that's all I was saying. He's not a shoe-in, okay? You know what we say, what we believe doesn't mean nothing. Trump still has to run for president, okay? And he's got to run for president in the not that's against Biden and Harris. He's running against COVID-19. COVID-19 is what he's really running against. And only he can actually determine whether his wins or losses. If he loses, it's not on Biden and Harris. It's not on black men or women that did or didn't like him. It's what you did with this COVID thing. If you've done it right and you do everything right, then you're a shoe-in. They're gonna reelect you. If you don't, then you have issues. This election should not have even been close. Should not have even been close. Not even close. Even the code breakers, who do not particularly like Trump, said there's no way the Democrats can win this election. They said that before in January. After COVID-19, he'll probably still survive and win. Okay. Donald Trump is his own worst enemy. Donald Trump, from the very beginning, is his own worst enemy. Can't keep his mouth shut. Can't follow instructions. Can't, you can't politic, even though and follow the advice of experienced politicians. Okay, fine. If you shoot off your mouth and you step on booby traps, if you survive, you survive. If you don't, you don't. Trump cannot blame anybody but himself if he loses this election. It has nothing to do with his haters or detractors. Because most people don't care one way or the other. They want their problem solved. In about 5 minutes, I'll go ahead and open it up. Well, he's in a basically, he's in a bad situation. It's bad luck. Yeah, it was Trump's to lose. It was. Santa Claus is exactly right. It was his to lose. Trump. Well, it depends. If the Secret Service wants him not to leave office, he won't leave office. But you got a fat 75-year-old man with no weapons. What is he gonna do? The Secret Service says you have to make space for the next president. They will pick his ass up and carry him out over their shoulders. Trump is not a king. Well, we'll see. Oh, if America's going to end up in civil war, then you should be planning your way out of here. If you believe there's a civil war coming, you should be making plans to get the hell out of Dodge. I don't see nobody leaving. If you really believe there's going to be a civil war, because if a civil war, just like the last civil war, you after the opposing troop, you're target number 2, and you have to find a side to take you. And black people are not prepared for a civil war or a war of any type on this soil. So if you really believe that, then you need to be making plans to be somewhere else. My financial advisor way back in 1994, he taught me something. People put money and effort behind what they believe in. Okay, if you thought there was a civil war, you'd be making plans to get your ass and your family's ass out of this country. And if you're not, then you don't believe it. They're not. If no, they wouldn't be here. The best way to survive a war is not being a war zone. Because we're not talking about Mexico. We're not talking about Guatemala. We're not even talking about Syria, Turkey. We're talking the freaking United States of America with the most with advanced weapons they can't even use because there's no enemy to use them against. Okay, they have mosquito drones that can take out a whole population. Okay, they don't even need mustard gas or anything like that, man. They can use fentanyl. They spray fentanyl gas into a population. You're all dead within 3 or 4 minutes. There's so many ways to kill people that they experimented with. They don't even use them because the Geneva Convention won't allow them to do it. You don't think that if it's a civil war, they won't use that shit on you? Are you kidding? 9 times out of 10, they won't be fighting against you. You'll be in a crossfire. So miss me with the goddamn civil war shit because you're still here. You're still in this country. If you weren't, you'd be on an island someplace watching it from afar. Oh yeah. I don't. You know what, Nicole? I don't understand people in America. That's one thing. That's why I know this fascism can never take hold, man. Fascism, you need a very authoritarian government with authoritarian type people. It can't take hold here. As soon as somebody tells you what you can't do, you're gonna do the opposite. This is nowhere near a fascist country. It can never be a fascist country. The, la- the the last time we were in a civil war, that civil war took that civil war was brewing for between the North and the South was brewing for over 30 years. It was brewing for over 30 years because they had declared secession back in 1828. The Civil War didn't go off until 1861. So for over 30 years, a civil war had been brewing. Okay, there is no civil war brewing here. The right wing militia doesn't have enough firepower to actually have a civil war or even start one. Okay, because the thing is, you got to have food and supplies. Okay, you got to be able to grow enough food and supplies. And one thing that taught you, one thing that this COVID has taught us, when the system breaks down, basically the government has to come step in and actually distribute food and supplies, get food from one place to another. Ain't no victory gardens. Half those dudes carrying M16s are poor and hungry. They can't, even with a civil war, they're not going to last more than a couple months, even if they try. Anyway, let me drop the link because I'm not going to be here all night. Just had to get some shit off my chest. But most hosts would not open up. I'm gonna tell you, most hosts would talk about it for 2 3 hours, and that's on them. But the thing is, I'm one of the few that will actually have a stream like this, get stuff off my chest, and then allow you guys to speak. How you feel spoiled? You know what? I am black. I am black pill to the hilt. I am black pill to the hilt. I would never be president for the United States. Okay, I not I was never bred for it, and I would never do it. Not with this beast. if you know what this system entails, this is a long, deeply entrenched system that has lots of moving parts, and basically you don't even want to know what all the moving parts is. No, I'm not going to be on 8 hours. I'm going to be on another hour and a half. Trust and believe, because I'm already tired. Nope, not today. You guys thought that the last time I had a live stream, I went over. I went over an hour, over a hour over, and that was it. And I shut that bad boy down. Uh, the old, the old, the old goose ain't what he used to be.
What's going on, BGS?
Hey, AB, what's going on? If
Oh
anybody,
man, I don't blame you. I would want to run this country either.
man, not now, man. You know all the
Yeah, especially now. No. Don't put that on
uh,
me.
man. This country has so many problems. COVID is a catalyst. Okay,
Yeah.
COVID is just one of the problems. COVID is a catalyst.
Yeah,
There's
they kicked the
people.
can too many times.
Yeah.
Trump just kicked the can again. What you talking about?
Yeah.
This issue was supposed to be solved in 2021, right? Trump kicked the can down to 2035. There's no way out of this.
What they keep doing is they keep on, like, the corporations, I call them the college of corporations, will start bitching and bitching and bitching and putting their money behind these politicians, so they'll take care of them, and then everything else they'll do just enough for like people to not really know this shit too many, and then they'll throw all of the culture war issues that's always out there: immigration, abortion, the blacks, and now China, and then they kick the can. They've been doing that for 20 years.
Okay. The thing is not what they're doing; it's the why. Okay. Immigration. They need immigration to keep their numbers up, right? If without immigration, they won't keep their numbers up. You have a population decline without immigration. The only people actually were having babies were the immigrants, right? That's what keeping your population growing and stable.
Well, I'm just that's true. I'm just saying, like, the reason those become hot button topics as far as the people on the front end is because, they say this is quote unquote what we're campaigning over. I mean, nothing ever changes. I mean, even with Trump in there, Trump has tamped it down, but Trump hasn't really done that much to what Obama was doing. Obama was actually, sending a lot of people back because the environment changed. They're not doing anything outside of what the environment on its own would do.
No. But one thing, I mean, there's things that Trump has done just recently, man. When the Clintons were trying to bring in 2 million Syrians into Detroit, Trump stopped it. I gave him kudos for that.
Oh yeah, well that's why. I mean, we already got the Hispanics already here. Like, why would you?
The thing is, I don't know why they would do it. Sometimes they need more white people. Sometimes it could be Europe needs to send.
I'm trying to find another Steve Jobs.
Well, the thing is, whatever reason they want to keep Syria a dead zone, and so if they're going to keep Syria a dead zone, then those people don't have a place to live. They can't keep putting them in Europe. So it might be to relieve European pressure to actually bring them over here. We started out every time we start a war, we bring people over. That's how it happens.
Which by the way doesn't help black people. So black people got it. This is where when people talk about the Benghazi and all that, what did that have to do with black people? The Democratic Party has a history of doing that shit, of bringing immigrants over in war zones. The Republicans kind of do it, but the Republicans don't do it.
They do it the same way. They do the exact same thing. Ain't no difference, man. Ain't no difference. They do the same shit.
Okay. Same coin.
It's called continuity of government. It's called continuity of government.
Yeah.
Hey, you a motherfucker bitch, man. Edward, you a bitch. Hey, you a bitch, man. Fuck you, motherfucker. Edward, you a bitch. You a hoe. Fuck you.
What did I do now?
Wait, was he trolling? Was he trolling?
I guess so.
What did I do? What did I do now? Is he seeing Xanatos? It used to be.
All right.
It used to be everybody hated Xanatos.
I don't know. He waited to get up here and say this, so I hope he feels better.
I'm trying.
It don't bother him.
I'm trying to be the most hated.
Real voice.
I'm trying to be the most hated dude in the most hated real dude in the sphere. I'll take all that heat. Leave everybody else alone. Come at me.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Wow,
Like Edward really cares, okay? Like the first time Edward been called a bitch. Come on, man.
I mean, why would you sit here and wait in the freaking chat to twerk?
Because they have no life, man.
Exactly.
Clearly.
And then you know, sometimes, and I'm not gonna, because obviously you ain't gonna be here for a long time, so we're not gonna let that change the conversation. But sometimes I'll even ask, I'll be like, so what is it that I said or did? And I'm not even trying to be petty.
It doesn't matter. And
two things that happen: either they'll actually explain it, whether it's a misunderstanding, because I don't really go with people like that. As far as my chat.
If he wants to come to your channel and do that, you can want to have that conversation with him. Fine. He's not gonna do it on my channel.
And he didn't even do it in the chat either. So he really saw me up in here and then waited for me to come up. And all of a sudden, I mean, what did you? Hey man, at least Kevin Samuels got the most.
I'm starting to feel bad.
Kevin has way more haters than you got, man.
You know,
God,
it seems like the
not
even culture out
nigga,
here.
I'm in middle school compared to Kevin Samuels with haters.
Yeah.
So that's what a panel troll looks like.
Yeah, well, you ain't. Well, man, there's tons of panel trolls, man.
Yeah, but you know what? But that's an interesting conversation. And as far as the gender war, and I will be looking forward to that video. I will be looking for that video you do tomorrow because I didn't even think about the reverse submission thing. But
no, man, well, I had said it. I had said it before. I mean, I said it in so many ways, but I think Artisan actually put it succinctly. You know, because I said he put it in a way I had never thought of. Even though I know it, I felt it, but the way he said it was, I said that's spot on. So I said I'm gonna do a video about that. Because he's exact. I've said it before. They want fealty and submission from black men. I said it before, but things the way he said it, the way he said about they know what submission is. I said, you know, I never thought of it. They do know what submission is, okay? Because they want you to give it.
But that was the natural evolution of things, no?
So what?
But you've illustrated. I'm sorry.
Who's first?
Well, the point is, you illustrated the point when you said they own us, so they have right to us.
Mm-hmm.
But you've said that they think they own us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But this
That's
is
why that
why,
matters. Jimmy mine.
but this is why I really appreciate social dominance theory, because it really highlights the narrative and the posturing, and it puts all of that into perspective. This is where they get this sense of entitlement and ownership, especially when you pair that up with the cultural momentum that's literally following them from the plantation. Like I've been looking a lot into the level up culture and the drifters and all of that, or what do they call themselves? The
swirlers.
Not the swirlers. They derived from them. They're a direct attachment from them. It's another word they're using. Basically, they're trying to be what MGTOW is, but want to use apathy and black pill talking points as a way to disassociate themselves from the black community, but still push these concepts forward of ownership through non-liability. If that makes sense.
The pink pillars?
Well, the problem.
No. He has another name for them. I can't.
Well, the problem is they operate.
That's what it was.
Yeah, but what they operate.
Okay.
But black women have already done. See, this is the thing why that stuff never works on their side, because the difference is if you look at black men, and I forget who said it. I think it was Green Gorilla.
Mm-hmm.
Black men, when we talk about black issues, we up until recently never put the black men part in it. There are no black male interests in black issues up until maybe the last 10 years. Really the last 3 as far as gaining momentum. We always it was the black women, black children, and then what black men need to do to invest in that. It was black women's issue, it was black children's issues where black women benefited from, and it was black women's issues where black women benefit. So they already divested. That's the thing. That's why, and I'm gonna say this to be quick. Black men have nothing to lose. That's the issue. So they always talk from this reality of what they're doing. They actually believe they're black men, where they're doing all this investment with getting nothing out of the community. So everything they do always falls short because it's based on. It's like saying, "Well, I'm gonna practice algebra, but you believe 1 + 1 is 8."
But Edward,
it doesn't make sense.
Edward, the interesting part that I observed in all of this is that the overwhelming majority of these individuals that are calling themselves drifters appear to be
talking about divestors.
Yeah, they tend to be non-ADOS black women, and so it's interesting watching how this is all kind of playing out when you look at the key words that are sort of being used with regards to that. But you know, it's the Cold War that's gone on with.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of them call in this Kevin show.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty much been the unintentional catalyst for a lot of that. You know,
Yeah.
he responded very strongly to the value word.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
Kevin said, "Talk to
he
your
was the
fucking father."
he was the intentional catalyst of this stuff. He knows what he's doing. Don't
But
believe
at
what
the
he
end,
said.
and at
Go ahead.
the end of the day, man, you know, when it comes to the 980, and I'm glad you brought that up because there is no one size fits all solution. Every black man, I mean, there's certain things you can draw from others, but there is no, well, white women are perfect or non-black women are perfect or non-ADOS women are perfect. No, there's fuckery everywhere. It just depends on the degrees by which you're trying to deal with and the flavors that it comes in. And don't believe just because the women, you still got women that are in rebellion against the patriarchies they come from. And they'll pretty much hop on a white dick or hop on something like that because they want to be in rebellion. And they'll come to you thinking they can do shit with you that they can't do with their own men. So it does, and Xanatos I know can speak to that, you know, because I know he's willing to call out the fuckery everywhere too. So you have to be having a red pill eye out for all of that. Don't be blue pill for us.
Well, the thing is, they've had the
Certain
discussion. The thing is what they resent is now black men are having the discussion. We have never had the discussion before because we have never.
And
had
they can't stop it.
And they can't.
I have a question. Can I have a question?
Yes, sir.
Just as a matter of, isn't what we're after in this space is black men first ideology? Because what's good for us is great for them. Because if we're talking about unifying the family, unifying the community, if that's something that those individuals in the space want, isn't that the goal?
The goal.
Or you're asking the.
Okay, the goal in my we can go take a round robin. In my opinion, the goal of this is for black male independence and black male happiness. What is good for black men, right? And if black women really wanted what was good for black men, they would actually change themselves and actually change their operating system or the way they do things to make sure that it's good for black men. They don't even do what's good for their own black boys.
Right. Clear.
Yeah, I mean, black men basically what black women want is.
Go ahead, Edward, and then who's next after Edward?
What black women want when they want a unified community, when they want a unified community, is they want us submitting under them. And I'm glad. I can't wait for you to do that damn video because that's gonna make my point quick and short. I am not for a black community where black men are under black women because that's what they advocate for. That's what I talk about when I say there's sexual politicking.
100.
Yeah, go ahead, Xanatos.
Oh,
you want to go next?
Yeah, I was just going to go ahead and basically agree with what all of you were saying in regards to this. And as far as the submission is concerned, look, I don't want to brag, but I'm one of the very few individuals who have basically, along with BGS and a couple of others, but I have basically stated what black women have stated about them changing. If you really want them to change, you have to truly disassociate yourself from said women who you say aren't submitting to you or even cooperating to you. And you can't do it from the premise of a strategy tactic of them coming back to the table and negotiating as a covert way of getting them back. You really have to disassociate yourself from the women and the culture. And it doesn't mean you hate the women or the culture. It doesn't mean you want the culture to die out necessarily.
It's just business.
It is business. This is not a personal thing or something of some sort of grudge I'm holding that people are holding from middle and high school, which is how they paint it. And the other side has definitely had individuals who have had their little personal high school, middle school problems on here and has used them as talking points and trying to make those individuals the heads of our argument, when in reality, a lot of this goes beyond just some sort of high school, middle school tiff. This is something that black men have been dealing with for the longest time, ever since the inception of this country, about where the black men stand versus where the black woman stands. And in reality, if you're going to want some sort of change, particularly with your woman, then you're going to have to show that the ones who are desired for said black woman, whether it's from a sexual perspective, romantic perspective, or a financial perspective, those are the guys that are going to have to leave and start new with either non-black women or non-ADOS black women, and then you're going to have to create your own communities out of it. There are people of the same race who have vastly different communities. That can be done, but you just have to know, one, how to do it, and two, not to have your descendants interact with said communities that you fled away from. And once again, you have to make it known that this isn't something that I'm doing just to be mean, or to be prejudiced or whatever, but there is a fundamental flaw in said former community that you left, which is the reason why you left in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, there's a flaw. Even people that are in it know there's a flaw.
Oh,
and unfortunately, it's been born on the backs of black men.
yeah.
But, the thing is that leaving, you know, I used to think that leaving them and being away from them was going to make them change. But the thing is that a lot of this stuff has been embedded in them for, like, you know, 10 generations. Okay, you cannot just erase all that cultural training just because you leave. And a lot of what I've seen with a lot of black women, especially on social media, especially in my own, you know, in my own area, right? They don't know how to change, man. They have been culturated to do one thing, and that's all they know.
Yeah.
They're actually walking around confused, like, wait a minute, this is the way the system was set up. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You're supposed to submit. Mama told me you were supposed to submit.
Exactly.
BGS, you hear that shit in Jessica Light. Jessica Light embodies that bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah, she does.
Was that Heat? Go ahead, family.
No, I wanted to ask.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Heat.
Someone mentioned them wanting the men to submit. I wanted to ask, at any point, if a man does submit to a woman, can he ever step up and lead said woman or community or whatever? If he ever submits,
No,
that's what I thought.
You know what? There was something on Saturday Night Live, and Kamala Harris actually embodies all of this gynocracy, right? Where they did a skit of a Saturday Night Live where they actually have the date between Biden and Trump, and Kamala Harris actually came out to actually stop the fight, right, as a mama, right?
Oh,
and she called herself not Kamala, she called herself Mamala.
That's actually a really bad look when you think about it.
Yeah, what the thing is, so what you have right around all these black female politicians wandering around is Mamala.
Well, that's the gynocracy in a nutshell. So, I mean, they already know where the archetype stems from, at least one of the primary ones that's been very popular since Reconstruction, where, you know, you have the Aunt Jemima in there doing what she does. And when you look at a lot of the implications, you know, most of the debate that they saw with Kamala Harris, most of the talking points that were being brought up with regards to the way she was present was about her really being in that gynocratic energy that's very championed from the intersectionalists, which again is the point blank origin for a lot of what we understand right now.
They were doing that in the 40s, man.
They were, but I'm talking about.
I was going to ask another question. I'll wait till you're done.
Go ahead, finish, Nameless.
Yeah, I'm just talking about as far as the policies that kind of help support a lot of the concepts they're concerned about.
All right, go ahead, Force.
My question is, and with regard to what you were saying earlier, BGS, you said they don't know how to change because it's really baked into the culture, which I absolutely comprehend. I'm curious, and this is a general question. Do you think it's that they really don't know how to, or do you think it's just that it just hurts entirely too much to allow themselves to change?
You saw Lonnie Love wanting a man just like Jenny Ma has, right? And knowing that all she's got to do if she really wants this man is to change, right?
Right.
And knowing that damn well that she doesn't even know how to do it. They don't even know how to perform it anymore. So that's like little girls on the playground, little black girls on the playground been taught by their mamas that like a little boy. They think that they think that what they're doing is a demonstration of love because that's how they understand it.
Right.
Yeah, and you know,
culture.
let's say they don't know how to. Let's say they don't know how to. What does that mean? The fuck, this is like saying, would you tell a black woman, let's say we all got black women in our families. BGS, you got daughters, people got sisters, people got. Would you tell a black woman they should tolerate a black man that doesn't know how to be a man? Like, if this dude does not know how to be a man, would you actually would you tell her to choose the best man? You may give her options like, okay, African man, Caribbean. You may not care if they date out, but would you tell them, if you know they can do better, to deal with this person if
No,
they don't know how to protect, provide,
I,
lead, especially if the woman was apt to do it.
I wouldn't tell him. I wouldn't tell her to do that. I would tell her she needs to pick another man that has the qualities that she already wants. Right? And I'm telling black men the same thing because a lot of black men says they don't know. Well, they really don't know what they're doing, or they really don't know how to whatever, and they really don't know. You'd have to go through all these extraneous things to make them change. And the thing is that I said I don't think they can. So basically, either you accept them as they are, or you pick a different woman. So expecting a
And
black
also,
woman to be something different, then I think you're in for a very long wait because I don't think they can. I had to come to that conclusion because
and
I
also
thought that you
Kamala,
could teach them. Yeah, you see
and
it.
Kamala is
You
not
know,
a represent. Kamala Harris and Lonnie Love are two different people. They're two different
shit,
degrees. So with Kamala,
shit.
what I'm saying,
Based on what
no,
facts?
hold on.
Based on
What
what?
I'm saying with Kamala is Kamala she tries to play both roles. See, what Kamala demonstrates is there's a game that women know the rules and they know how to play it. They just play it for their own personal gain. And a lot of times they see it better for short-term gain and long-term gain. Lonnie Love is more like, okay, she honestly doesn't know how to do it. You see that manifest in a lot of different ways. So my point is, even with your you had the BGS for Women channel, the women that they would be a little bit more inquisitive. They would be in the upper class types. They know what needs to be done. They just don't want to do it. That's really so. It's not so. Dudes
has
need
to
to
be in
stop
them.
falling for that. They don't know how to.
No. How
It's a will
basically
issue.
basically once your BIOS has been set, how do you change it? You cannot change it.
And
If
that's the
it's embedded, you
I agree
cannot
with that.
change that shit.
and
Okay,
there we go with the biological denialism, because it's tailored to actually fit female nature, but then they completely just erase the aspects of masculine nature and just really want to present this idea that ultimately she's going to be able to build herself, as she gets exposed to the world, rather than realize that the whole precedence of how she's going to view those interactions with men are based on what she was exposed to in those early stages when she had that greater level of neuroelasticity. This gets completely overlooked. And I don't know why people want to pretend like there's not a reason why people in the past made sure women were insulated from these kind of influences, because they create downriver effects that you can't just reverse. It's like clay once it's gone into the fire. Like maybe you can add a gloss or a glaze to it, but it's already taken shape. So all you can do is improvise. It's not like steel.
Let me ask you. Oh, go
Hey,
ahead.
hold on just for a real second. I got 585 people watching. I got 264 likes. That is not acceptable. Likes are free. If you're listening to me, hit the like button. If you don't like me, hit the down button. Okay, but hit a button. Likes are free. I haven't asked you for any money. Hit a like button.
But
Because
you niggas are gonna vote.
Huh? Yeah, vote.
The niggas can't even like, but they gonna vote.
Right.
Yeah. But go ahead. Who it was? Force Windu who was talking. What was his name?
No, I just had a question. I mean, since we're talking about the lack of their elasticity,
Mhm.
I'm curious. I had to stay in my family a long time ago because I was raised in a very dysfunctional gynocracy, really.
So
right. So with that,
hi, my name is blah blah blah, and I was raised in the gynocracy.
Right.
In fact, it's not dysfunction. It functions exactly the way it was intended. It's not
Okay, fair enough. So my statement was to actually my family was that either my grandmother was crazy or she was evil. And I had to make that distinction. So I chose crazy because crazy is simpler, and also there's some DSM information that coincides.
Okay.
So I'm just curious. And please understand, fellas, I'm not a guy here. Look, y'all know I'm married, so I don't have a dog in this fight. But I'm curious. Is like you talked about the clay in the furnace? BG's talked about it being baked into the culture. I'm really scratching my head, trying to. And this is a dude that's involved in a marriage. How do we get this? And I don't want to get him back to the table, so to speak, because they're already at the table, proverbial table. But how do we enact the changes necessary? I mean, do we have the social cohesiveness as black men to change the culture?
Let me
Now
give you
that
an
is
illustration. Let me give you an illustration real quick. Do
Yes,
you know
sir.
why qubits work in quantum computing in general? Like, let's say you have all the math down, you know what you need to do, you're trying to hit the on switch and it just doesn't work. You know what the issue is?
Quantifiability?
No, it's much simpler than that.
Hmm.
Qubits require a temperature that's so low that the
Hmm.
atoms begin to behave according to the stimulus they're getting. In other words, they need a cold environment.
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm.
So
control.
when
Very
you
good.
change the environment,
Yep.
the nature
Control.
of the atom is going to change to adjust to that environment.
Mhm.
You
Yep.
don't change the atom, you change the environment that the atom is in.
Mhm.
Hence, prospective doom, pending doom.
You don't control the environment.
Also,
No, we don't. No, we
yeah, and
don't.
also
Hey,
and black men, I mean, hell,
Even
you're the damn
even white people don't
islanders.
even white people don't control the
Yeah,
environment anymore.
So
Basically,
you can
That
it's
is a
been
fact.
set loose.
so you can only
yeah.
make
So
approximations through the use of aggressive interfaces with the environment, which can be done through policy if you aim it correctly. And we do have a solid point of reference. The pivot point is again intersectional feminism. If you begin to roll back some of those policies, you get an immediate change in the environment because you take away the enforcement tool that's been used to help maintain it. Because it's
Yep.
not a self-contained system.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
So,
I
go ahead, fam.
wanted to ask, doubling back to what Nameless was talking about, saying about the conditioning, that they were unaware of the consequences. So I wanted to ask, do you think they're actually unaware of the consequences,
No.
or
No.
they
Oh
know
no,
and
they
they're
don't
No,
just
they
care.
know, they
Not
know
at
the
this point.
consequences.
They
The
don't
Not at
care.
this point.
you
but
keep coming,
you know,
you keep coming back to this. Go ahead.
okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you because what's his name? Roger was talking about a young lady that he was involved with. Who he knew her mother. He fell for her when she was a little girl. He helped raise her, help take care of her. And the thing is, even though she saw what her mother went through, she saw the consequences of her mother being a single mother and having babies out of wedlock and the kind of shit she went through. At 19 years old, she moved out of state, went to college. Guess what she became?
Single mother.
mother.
A single mother because that is her programming.
So what we're saying
April
is
Mason's
we're
daughter did the same shit.
And that's her programming. Yes, that's the programming.
right,
How do you
right.
change the programming? You have to understand the programming and unprogram these kids from small. The only way to actually reprogram black
You know what's
children, get them.
interesting?
Let me finish. Now you can go. The only way to actually change the program is actually get these black children out of the hands of these women. But you can't do that because they never belonged to you in the first place. Go ahead,
Yep.
Edward.
There we go.
Well, one thing I want to call out before Nameless jumps in is when you look at the last two people that's talked. One
Mhm.
has said, I get what y'all saying, so he gets the logical he's saying, but it's that little like light in the hole, like it's still possible for hope. You got that one element, and I'm gonna get somewhere here, and then the other element for the dude to talk before BGS talked, the dude that kind of has an accent. Do
Mr.
you
Heat.
come from a patriarchal family? Yeah, do you come from a
A what
patriarchal
family?
family? A
I do.
patriarchal family where the dad, the man. Okay, yeah, I can tell, and then it's
What's
not
your
a.
culture, Mr. Heat? What's your culture, Mr. Heat?
I'm from an island in the Caribbean.
Okay. Well, it's
I'm glad.
semi-patriarchal.
Yep, and
Semi.
I'm glad, and I'll say I'm actually very glad that it's that and not African, because the one thing that the islanders have that we don't have is your women can't call 911 and get a white man with a phone at the click of a hat. So in that way, you will have
Nope.
far more control over your environment than we do. This is why y'all stuff ain't completely like our stuff. That's the difference between the kind of pseudo matriarchy and a gynocracy, because they got to negotiate
Right.
with y'all. They have no choice. But I'm not saying this is wrong. What I'm saying is you have to understand that you see it the way you see it, or part of it is because when you come from a patriarchal family, kind of like that, it's more like, okay, the men still have control, so it's still somewhat the men's fault as far as at some level, as far as the environment. It's kind of like if you guide a race car with a remote control, and if it hits constantly crashes at some point, you gotta say, well, maybe I don't know how to guide it. See, black men in America never had that kind of control. In America, zero, 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 and that's hard for people to actually see that. And then as far as they don't go through that, and as far as the dude before him, it's kind of like, okay, your individual situation. This is why you gotta understand the difference between macro and micro. We're talking about the group. Individually, yes, it's possible for a black man to find a cooperative black one. Sure, it's possible. But when you actually look at the collective numbers, I mean, they're going one way, and it's almost undeniable. So these are some of the kind of rebuttals that, or questions that we get that kind of questions what we're saying, because it seems like we're so absolute in what we're saying. So people kind of push back on that as if we're being zealot, like when we're not. We just go over and over and over and over and over the period of damn near 10 years now. Anyway.
So effective policy to change the environment. Got it.
Yes, because Dr. Tiasan Johnson, I believe, called it violence via proxy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
that's a very important concept, because I think a lot of us are very used to that on an individual level, but we need to remember that when you leverage power over enforcing the culture to the state, that used to be historically a masculine role. And they've essentially outsourced all of that to the state on so many levels, it's not even funny, which is what places it from that matriarchal undertone to a legitimate gynocracy. We're talking about the distribution of power and the subordinate role of men in the sphere. So, and I'm not talking about the manosphere. I'm talking about, the
No, I know what you mean.
The black community. Just for
Totally
anyone else listening, anyone else listening to the playback or something. That's all. But,
Yeah.
So
And this is why we see it as an ADOS issue.
Yeah, I agree with
Go
you.
ahead.
I'm not
absolutely.
but why I keep asking the questions, it just seems like insanity to me that someone would know the outcome of something that does not benefit them and still.
It's a programmed insanity.
It's a programmed insanity. It's the programmed insanity. That's the problem. That's the way culture works. All people do it. All people do it. If you're programming a certain way, if you program in a certain way and the culture actually enforces it, it's very difficult to change. If that was the case, racism would have been over a long time ago. The thing is, it's been programmed to the culture so much that even people that know that it's wrong and know that it's, that they're doing the wrong thing, they can't change it because that's the way they've been programmed. It's hard. Cultural programming is very difficult to actually weed out of people, especially after it's been hardened into the culture.
and let me show you.
Something.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll jump in after you.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, brother. They see it coming. They still do it anyway. I'll give you an example. BGS shared a picture of Kamala a few days ago. You know that 12 face picture.
Yeah.
And I just made a video about that. I just busted out laughing when I saw that picture, because when I look at that picture, I see the 12 faces of that I'm an independent woman.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. Those are the 12 faces of I'm an independent. And I made a video about it. I was like, yeah.
Kevin
I mean, in other words,
Samuels, I got a PhD.
Right.
No one cares. Anyway, go ahead, BJ.
And what they were saying that is the role of the matriarch, man. I'm an independent. She was actually in the role of the gynocracal matriarch, and she did it on stage. The eye rolling, the neck rolling, all the black traits that's been programmed into her, because she was socialized around black women in black schools.
Wasn't she an AKA?
Yes.
And remember, this was with a white man.
Right.
And the pitch just said, all I got to do is turn that battery.
That's funny. But just remember, Mr. Heath, that for a very long time here, one of the family units that has pretty much been embedded into the memory of the culture is it being mother and child. You just pointed this out a lot. You see this dynamic happening over and over again. And it's the males in the family that end up essentially being treated as sacrifices. Grinch got a whole book written on that, The Ratchet Rouge, where he talks about the plantation politics. That's exactly what this is at the end of the day.
And you hear the programming coming through the males. It ain't just the women.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Conditioning.
It's conditioning.
And that's the difference. It's not just about, trying to bash women, because I know this is a new rhetoric that's resurfacing again. It's not you, it's your conditioning. For whoever's listening that's got a problem with what's being said up here, it's not you, it's your conditioning. And it's
Well, that's
something
part of
that
the
you
conditioning.
inherited before you got here. We know that.
Yep,
'cause
and
it's
a lot of yeah, I mean,
when you can trace this
go
behavior
ahead,
back 200 years, that's the conditioning, bro. It's a programming. But go ahead, Edwin.
well, it's getting to the point now where they can't even hide in front of white men no more because a lot of the white male position has been dropped down so much. Black women can't even hide it with white men no more. I mean, even Karen said it.
Even the white men are
I
starting
can't
to feel
even
it.
get these bitches. I can't even get these bitches to lose weight. I'm not trying to call women, but whatever. For white men, that's one thing we didn't know in the manosphere. We was like, well, damn, that's
because they try to hide it.
And another thing with Jenny Mai, if you actually listen to what Jenny Mai was talking about, Jenny Mai dry snitched on the Asian community as well, at least in America, because what Jenny Mai said her mother was used to wild out with her father, and Jenny Mai doesn't look mixed. She looks like she's pretty much Asian. She doesn't look like she's like half and half, although she could be. And so when you saw Jenny Mai try to apply that to her white husband, who I don't think she had kids with, she was basically saying what she was talking about was not of a woman. She wasn't really advocating for submission. She was saying as a woman that is quote unquote a tiger chick, which is the Asian version of strong and independent, I have to recognize a work-life balance. Meaning, do I want to do this 24/7? So she was doing that for her more than for Jeezy. Jeezy just happens to be the person where it wound up and gave her a chance. And see, that tells you everything about all those females that didn't understand that. Because it was like, because when I actually listened, I didn't listen to it for a minute. And I said, okay, let me actually listen to what she said. Shout out to Solo TV who played it. And I was like, this is a woman, she sounded just like a black woman that had been through a marriage that she probably had therapy and recognized she was just as much a cause of it being wrong. She still got her looks. She has another chance with a dude that's successful that for whatever reason it worked. And then she said, okay, I'm going to make an effort. She made it like she's making an effort, not that all women need to submit because that's just what I believe. She said, no, I'm a boss chick. I run team. I did everything on my own. My mom was like this. I'm 40. I don't want this relationship to turn into shit because I'm bringing my shit into it. That is all she said. And that is a very modern concept of what women need to do to learn. And the fact that just completely went over Lonnie Love's in them head just shows you the difference. So it's not that non-black women are submissive. Is it they're trying to make the effort. White women, I'm almost done. White women, Latin women and stuff, when they're like this, they try to make the effort for their own sake. And here's the thing. Black men make it so it's less of a leap to do that because how black men are cultured in the community. So even the high value men, like the Kevin Samuels just talks about, they're still probably less patriarchal than the high value men of other races. So it's much less of a leap. And that's the thing that black women don't understand. You literally create the men that these women can actually go to. And it's not because they're necessarily ugly. It's because it works. That's the crazy part.
And that whole actual panel was a case study on gynocratic archetypes.
Yeah.
That whole panel. And then when you look at what actually started it, because she didn't even make that declaration until the topic came up. The topic originally was about that judge that's coming in and the church that she was a part of and their beliefs on following what the Bible was saying.
But all black women are Christians, right?
Certain kind.
Hey, what is that supposed to mean? They don't read the Bible.
And you could tell the look on her face that she was about to drop a nuclear bomb, right? And then
no, they about to whoop her ass. That's what's about to happen. She didn't understand. She was in danger.
Well, she waited until everyone gave their initial opinion, and then she dropped it like, "Well, I'm gonna submit to blah, blah, blah," and then the looks on their face,
like daggers, daggers.
There's levels to this shit.
Hilarious,
daggers.
Yeah, Lonnie has looked like she's going. Lonnie has looked like she's gonna whoop her ass a couple of times now, and I'm like, wow, man, because people don't understand about.
Walking refrigerator thought she's gonna.
Okay, you know why, Edward? You know why, Edward? Because she's pissed because Lonnie Love thinks you got the man I'm supposed to have. That's what she's pissed about. You Asian bitch. That's what she thinks.
Pretty much.
Wow. Yeah, pretty much.
Which shows that there are levels to the indoctrination, depending upon your family of origin.
you can see the vitriol when she talks about them getting married. Like you can tell she was really not expecting it to, was just waiting for it to mess up, because it goes completely counter to the narrative that intersectionalists teach about this whole dynamic.
Right.
And now that they're going down a very, just a perceived, the egalitarianism that they preach about is being put on display, and they're proving they don't even want that. Not with black men. And that's what I think is so interesting about it. Again, it shows she gave a full-on description of what egalitarianism is supposed to look like on paper, and they were about to have anaphylactic shock on that panel from it.
And the value that it has from a woman's perspective. Like that's what she was saying. And the sad thing is, a lot of other, and there's some black women don't understand it too, but the black women that understand that don't have problems. They tend to know how to find the kind of men that works for them, because they know how they are. And that's another thing too. A lot of black women are in denial about how they are. Even take what you say what you want about Kamala. It makes perfect sense that Kamala would be with a Jewish white man, because Jewish men are kind of used, like Jewish women are probably the closest thing to black women.
Yeah, they're matriarch.
Oh yes, they are.
Yeah.
So it makes absolute sense that he would be with a Jew. She would be with a Jewish dude, because at least she knows how she is. A lot of these women are in denial, and then that fucks them up.
It's a dangerous thing holding a mirror to those people.
It's a matriarchy.
Yep.
It
So
is.
I have a question, slightly on topic, off topic, however you want to put it. The gender war should be, I guess, done at this point. And I wanted to ask, at any point in Trump's administration, has he done anything to, I guess, address the right word?
Reverse the gender war. Yeah, he there's several things. Okay. He started some Section 8 reform. He started one big thing he did is actually have Nancy DeVos actually reversed the Dear Colleague letter.
Yes, Title IX bullshit.
They basically get rid of the Me Too stuff on campus, and that actually started filtering out.
Yeah, I didn't know how horrible that stuff was until they got rid of it.
Out into the regular population, right? The private population. The second thing that he did to address it, another thing they did to address it, actually put more conservatives on the Supreme Court. So a lot of this, what we so-called quote unquote liberal or left-wing stuff can't really get bubbled up. In other words, you can't file lawsuits like on some of this trivial stuff. You have to go by the Constitution. And I think the third thing that he did to address it that I'm aware of that you can actually look up is the executive order basically killing a lot of the affirmative action talk that goes on in the workplace. Affirmative action has to be enforced by the executive. So in other words, the Congress actually passed the legal framework for it, but the enforcement has to be done by the executive. So affirmative action is actually nothing without the executive order actually enforces stuff. So he actually rescinded a lot of that stuff in his executive order. I think was it like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. In fact, Green Gorilla actually read it, actually told you what it entails. So he did do some things to address it. So in fact, we actually talked about it. So like I said, when he does stuff, we actually highlighted the stuff that he does that is actually good. I mean, I have problems with the man about how he does his business as far as president and some stuff, stupid stuff that he does. But when he does do good stuff, I'm the first to highlight it.
Well, you got to be a Trump. A lot of dudes, and I'm not trying to, talk shit, but I'm like, y'all got to recognize, just like I said, these black women got to recognize how they are. Y'all got to recognize when y'all be fanboys, man. Like, seriously, y'all got to learn how to judge somebody judge somebody. You can like somebody, but judge them for the job. Stop trying to say the economy has never been fucking doing better. And then, it's too much like college football or sports type bullshit that people bring into it. And look, I don't like, but people would think I'm a Trump supporter because they don't understand the environment that he creates. I'm the type of person where black men have to suffer. Everybody's gonna suffer. We can't get in it. Black people can't get shit. Nobody can get shit. And that's one reason why I'm cool with who's gonna be Supreme Court justice. And I also understand that a lot of this shit needs to be dialed the fuck back a little bit. I think shit needs to be dialed back before 2010. That's what I'm for. And people don't understand that they can't take themselves outside the initial person. or
Well,
the people that are running. Like even somebody
Right,
told
he's
me,
not a statesman.
somebody doesn't understand. Do you realize? I'm actually about to hop off. Do you realize it is a 50% possibility that South Carolina is racist and that they can be is going to have 2 black senators, black male senators? You know, there's that black dude is
Yeah, Lindsey Graham in
on his
trouble.
ass. Yeah, he is on his ass. And see, I would tell people that just off GP, if you gonna vote down there, y'all need to vote. And so people don't understand that people can vote for different candidates statewide than they do what they're gonna vote for national. People like North Carolina is gonna
right.
have like a really great Democratic year, but people don't understand that because you can tell black people they're too in love with the presidency. And then, oh well, how could you say that? But you said North Carolina is going to go red because North Carolinians have demonstrated that they will switch out their senators. They can actually split ticket like that. Like
Ed,
some states do, even all
Co-
states do to a certain extent. But yeah,
Ed, the
Kobe,
reality is there's a lot of people you'll have a conversation with, and they're not even fully understanding that they're 3 branches of government.
Mhm.
Like just that simple foundational question. So if you don't know that much, you fail to recognize the role that each angle plays. So how do you
Facts,
even
man.
value that? And it's unfortunate because the overwhelming majority of people, if they took a quarter of the energy they put towards choosing federal branches and just directed it on a county level, they would have immediate effects on what's going on in their immediate surroundings and improve things. Case in point, we were in DC. This blew my mind where they were trying to raise taxes. This was mid gentrification era, around 2010. They were raising property tax, and the businesses, they were going to get an increase of about 4%. And what they decided to do as a bargain is to offer various businesses a grant that was going to cover that 4% increase, so they didn't actually lose businesses. And at the time in DC, one of the most popular organizations and businesses out there were the beauty and barbershops. So why, for whatever reason, even though they were still a numerical majority, nobody showed up at the town hall meetings when they were having the decisions on what businesses were going to get these grants. And what ended up happening is when they went through, everybody was getting these grants, but the black-owned businesses.
Mhm.
And it ended up being that they had to go so high up
yeah, and that's when
on
you
charging per chair that
Mhm.
people just started getting haircuts in Maryland and Virginia and just skipping it.
Mm.
And it's still like that from what I last saw back in 2018. So, I mean, it's just an immediate example.
yeah, because they only see
And
the
that's a
Fed. They only
democratic
see
rule.
because they only see the feds. And I'm gonna tell you straight up, black men are worse than black women when it comes to this, especially now. So we got to get out of that. Also, as far as Batman Beyond, I mean, he said South Carolina is going red. I never said South Carolina wasn't going red. Like I'm talking about the senatorial race. That has nothing to do with how the electoral college is. So he basically says, I understand what you're saying, and then I said, like the electoral college for South Carolina does not have a lot to do with who they pick as a senator. It can be a leading trend. So my point is, you saying it's going to go red, that's different than it can go red and Lindsey Graham can still lose. Just like Maine can go blue. It always goes blue, and Susan Collins, Olympia Snow, until she retired, was always winning. So people can vote differently on different situations. So actually
Right.
hear what I'm saying. And I hope I would like for South Carolina to have 2 black. Like that would actually be, South Carolina will have a lot of bragging rights as far as the black people down there. Especially if they got a D and an R. We'll see what they're doing. But that type of stuff you really want to look at. Focus on these damn senators or focus on these damn Congress people and leave the presidency alone. Because here's the thing about Trump, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm hopping right off. I promise. I wouldn't mind
He said
having
it like
him. I
10
wouldn't.
minutes ago.
I know. I said that once before, and I wouldn't mind Trump
Yeah.
winning, and then the Democrats taking over the Senate and the House. Because I actually think Pelosi can get deals done with Trump. Because she demonstrated she could do it with Butch. Because at the end of the day, Pelosi is about getting deals done. And when it comes to stuff like the stimulus, Trump has already said that he wants to do it. I think McConnell kind of has his own agenda. And if you take him off the board
Yeah.
with that,
Well, actually,
I think that'll free up some of the other Republicans.
Well, I actually, Jack, I actually uploaded before this. Dr. Jack Rasmus talking about it, and he
Yeah.
said the problem is not McConnell. The problem is the Tea Party uphold and not wanting to spend, come up to the extra $1 trillion that's needed to actually make a deal. That's the problem. You have infighting within the Republican Party. You have very conservative wing not wanting to spend the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I
that's an
actually
interesting
think that'd be good government. I saw it before with George W. Bush and Nancy Pelosi. She can negotiate. It's just you can't. It's too many people in the room right now. So anyway, yeah. Peace out, y'all. And fuck everybody telling me to get off. Y'all kiss my ass.
Oh, you good, family.
Cause see that shit they don't understand. That shit will make me stay longer just to be a nigga about it. So they really need to kind of shut the fuck up if they really want me gone. Let me go by myself. But anyway, peace out.
Everyone's gonna get his in, so don't even worry about it. So
yeah.
Right. Salute to that brother.
Yeah.
Salute, fellow Scorpio.
yeah.
I listened to that video, and that was interesting. I didn't think about the Tea Party part of the caucus, but these businesses are probably gonna tell them, look, you want a donation in your election cycle? You better vote for that stimulus.
Well, the thing is that and then Trump didn't do himself a service by saying he wasn't going to pass the stimulus until after he was sure he was reelected. That is a bad look, sir.
So did he say that, or did he?
Yeah, he said it. Yeah,
he's pimping that joint.
Oh, he said
wow.
it. Yeah, he said
he reversed the same day.
Yeah, because everybody was saying he was trying to flex, like, all right, well, I'm finna shut it down if y'all don't get it out.
He was trying to flex.
Yeah. I know why he did it. It was a stupid move, but I know why he did it.
Well, they was
and
already.
I agree with what you said yesterday, BGS. If you don't get the stimulus passed, I don't like his election chances.
I was trying to say that, man. People think, well, you just don't want Trump to win. I said, I don't really give a damn what Trump wins or not. Okay, that's like the person I probably didn't want to win was Hillary Clinton, and she didn't. I knew she wouldn't. But as far as between Biden and Trump, I really don't care one way or the other. You're going to get some things. You're going to get some things that will get taken away. The thing is, Trump still has to run because Trump should not be in this position where it's this close. He should not be in this position. And the only person he has to blame is Trump.
Yeah, he's shooting his own foot.
What
I'll say is ultimately anything that strikes against intersectionalism indirectly benefits Black men across the board because it gives us an environment where we can get better leverage and footing and balance. And we have a system that we can make work within our own. And it's just that when we get rid of some of these systematic pressures, we can start posturing ourselves better. I hope people pay attention to that.
I mean, what is it? We did, I did a stream. I did a pop-up stream Friday night, and a brother came on talking about the Trump administration and HUD making Black women triple minorities for grants and shit like that. That shit ain't changed, man. Trump is you think Trump will take away it on one end and give it back on another. Trump don't give a shit about Black men and Black women. They still did the exact same thing. How the fuck can Black women be triple minorities?
Yeah, that's what you said, BGS, makes a lot of sense because I read a book called Men on Strike by Helen Smith, and that thing is serious, especially in the white community. I'm in a white dominated profession, and they're getting their asses handed to them as well.
Oh shit! When they because the anti-feminists that were called I think they're called the Promise Keepers, man, very male, very Christian, wanted to take back control of the family, that kind of stuff. The feminists basically killed that whole movement, man. Over the period like 10, 12 years, he just killed it. Those are white females, man. They killed that shit.
But that's what people need to start paying attention to, how much of a political force they've been, and then understanding that you're not trying to vote for the personality. You're looking at what you are actually going to get out of that. Like tangibles aside, I don't think people are looking at the big picture, the top-down map view. People really get very reflexive on what they feel about it all, and I just think that's coming from conditions on how to address politics. It's like we've been taught to look at politics the way we look at church.
Oh gosh, yeah.
That's why they feel so comfortable about telling us to shut up and vote the way your woman tells you to vote.
And that's also why
they come out of nowhere.
That's also the thing that gives us the advantage as men in this space, particularly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Them coming out and what believe it or not, black women did us a favor by coming out and flexing on us.
Yes.
Mhm.
Now, people can't deny that the gynocracy exists because it's in your face. I was
Unless you have to
listening
get your booty to the pose.
I was
Oh,
listening to Ice
man.
Cube. That's funny.
That shit, fam.
What I'm saying is, Ice Cube. I'll actually record it. Actually, I had a post on I think it was Instagram or Twitter, and it was actually talking about him coming to the conclusion after all these years that it's about systems. It's not about people or personalities. It's about systems that are put in place to keep black people down and black men down, especially. Right? He said now he's coming to a place where he's not worried about who's in office one way or the other, right? Because he's been courted by both. And he said he's realizing it's systemic, and when black men have to deal with systems instead of personalities and people. And that's what I'm saying about the gender war specifically, right? Instead of dealing with women and women's talking points, we need to deal with systems and how these systems came about, and actually deprogramming black men. That's what I'm about. I was actually saying that to Dr. Johnson. Okay. If we're gonna continue the war, and we need to actually elevate the war from going after black female fuckery or whatever we're going to talk about, because that shit is pretty much dead. Let's start going after the systems that make these things possible. That's
right. And I think I think it's a very easy thing to miss the meaning behind that when you make a strategy suggestion. Let me rephrase that. You're talking about looking at the bottom line. You're not trying to strike the opponent. You're trying to end the fight. So for trying to end the fight, there were reasons why we were attacking the extremities. Now they're not hitting as hard. So now we can posture ourselves in a position to end the fight now, which is really what we're talking about at this phase. Doesn't mean we're giving up fighting in general, or that, we're not trying to resist. And I think people may take what you're saying, BGS, unintentionally as, okay, we've won. It's no, we can now posture to finish this.
Chess versus
follow
checkers.
through. It's the follow through. Like we're dealing with the follow through portion now.
I agree. Because I myself just almost misunderstood you. I assumed that I picture a father walking out of the house to go to work and his daughter grabbing his leg, telling him don't leave. Essentially, the daughter grabbing his leg is the women saying, no, we can't have you change the system.
Right.
Because it's working for us.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically, in other words, I was going by the way that the gender war was defined to me when I first came into this space. How it was defined to me, and we basically decimated the old stuff that was in this space when I came in. This space is nothing like it was when I came in 2014, 2015. Black women are actually running roughshod over black men in this space, man. We cleaned all that shit out, man. It's all gone. And even further gone, Cynthia G probably wouldn't be around if the black men in space didn't try to revive her. They swooped in and they saved her. O'Shea and Obsidian, when as soon as we hit her a death blow, man, Obsidian and O'Shea actually came in and actually rescued her from the trash heap.
So it sounds like she understood what was in her best interest.
Yeah,
because ultimately, if we're looking at it, this is a gynocratic system. She divested of that, or at least on YouTube, and chose to alter her stance.
Not really. If you keep doing the same thing, because that's what's paying it, and a lot of guys don't need a.
The problem is right now with Cynthia G. She's following what Darth Bane did with the freaking rule of two.
I got you, baby.
What we have going on now with her in particular is they've gotten more sophisticated and more nuanced. So a lot of folks in the sphere right now, like let's say she just hops up randomly on a panel. They're not equipped to deal with the way she would address them now.
Hold on a second. It's not to counter it, what you said earlier. Okay. I'm talking about masculine sex. Angry Man can come on if he wants to. It ain't to counter it. It's for clarification. You guys do it because you guys want to put your point across, because you're countering what I said. Okay.
Right.
And now people are gonna get pissed because I'm countering. The thing. This is why it was defined to me. I'm explaining myself and why my stance was here. Okay, because this is what you guys explained to me when I first got here. And now that something is done, now you want to expand it. I call it mission creep. Okay, now you want to redefine it. Now you need to redefine what the gender war actually is.
But this is what I'm saying.
Because what we have been fighting against the talking points on social media has pretty much been decimated. So, but the thing is, now you want to expand it to something further. You need to redefine it. That's what I'm saying.
Makes perfect sense.
Well, but we go back again to how the old guard, not guard here, but you know, the previous regime that was here representing the gynocracy and holding the gender war flag back then, they've refined their tactics. They've gotten more sophisticated. And unfortunately, people have been very comfortable in this time of peace. They haven't gone back and learned the points that they need to learn about why we're refuting certain points that were made.
Remember what's his name? Howard Bloom said about viral memes. I just went through this shit with the MGTOWs. It doesn't matter, right? If they're talking about it, they're changing tactics. What they have to do is carry our message out into the world. Okay, they're doing our work for us.
Yeah,
right.
Either way.
So they change their tactics. They say, "Well, I want to learn what about SYSBM. I want to learn about blackmail, submission, blah blah blah." By that same token, they're actually carrying our message back out into the broader perspective. They're actually spreading it. Okay,
right, and that was the backlash.
They think that they're clever. They think that they've won something. The thing is, what they don't know is you're actually doing our work for us.
Right, but here's what's happening. You get somebody that say they're fresh off the red pill and they're new, right? Mm-hmm. So you've got plausible deniability to say, okay, that's them. However, they're still rocking the manosphere tag. If they don't come across the right person that can sit down and get them hip, they suddenly find themselves wide open. They didn't get the inoculation that everybody else got earlier. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
In other words, the inoculation will come through hard knocks in life, okay? If you're a blue pill dude and you still believe in doing blue pill shit, you're going to get hit with blue pill stuff, right? Then you need to sit down and learn because you didn't inoculate it because you didn't sit down and learn it, okay? A lot of dudes in the red pill sector, they didn't get inoculated by being online. They got inoculated by being drugged through the courts, around with these chicks, okay?
Yeah, getting your ass handed to you.
That's what inoculated better than anything else, right? But the thing is that our message and the stuff that we're trying to do, you know, Kevin, like him or not, right? What Kevin Samuels is doing online in YouTube, dudes are actually using to verbally beat the shit out of the women in their lives. And you need to go. What is SMV? Okay, listen to this video. This is SMV, right? And then well, that doesn't mean I don't do that stuff. Well, listen to the video again. Guess what? You had 4 chicks the exact same shit as you did. Now what?
And then right there, this constant promotion of Kevin Samuels' mission.
I'm not. It doesn't matter about his mission. I could care less about Kevin Samuels.
Here's the thing about it, BGA. Okay. I didn't define the gender war for any goddamn body.
I didn't say you did. I said
the problem is ever since day one, and it's been a long time coming for me to speak on this shit. The problem is the vast majority of you motherfuckers in this space have been following Obsidian and fucking O'Shea. And that's the goddamn problem. That's the problem. The war has not been won. And the fact that we running around here acting like it's over, we are fucked.
Okay, now I'm saying is the war as it was. All wars have a mission. They have parameters, right? Of what your objectives are. Okay. And when I first came in, I didn't know a goddamn thing about the so-called online gender war. Had no clue that was going on, right? So I asked questions. What do you mean by online gender war? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. And this is what it was explained to me. Okay, the parameters that they laid out to me is what I accepted when I came into this space. Now, and that's what I'm going by. Now, our understanding might be different, but I'm going by the parameters that were explained to me. Okay, you might not accept it, but that's what I'm talking about.
Angry Man, may I ask what were your parameters?
until you have a voice in mainstream media that is your voice, the war is not over. Period.
Okay.
The problem is we as black men do not define our goddamn image. That's the problem. Has been the problem, is the problem, and will continue to be the problem until we stop treating these goddamn women like they are fucking harmless. This shit that we got going on in this space right now, I am the only goddamn motherfucker who continues to point it out. Everybody else has sold out. Period. Everyone. We got motherfuckers in this space promoting dudes that are giving women advice. So much so that became one of the biggest channels in this space. And if that ain't going on, you got individuals running around here flip-flopping every other day. This is the reason why we're losing as black men. This is the reason why, because we're goddamn weak. This type of shit would never go on in the white manosphere.
It's doing it right. Yes, it did.
Bullshit.
It does.
Bullshit.
It does. It has.
Give me an example.
That's how come the men's right. That's why the men's right is. Why do you think that the gynocratic image of Trump had to pass that shit about anti-white male rhetoric going on on the workforce, the Me Too shit, the Mary Sue shit, the shit that just went down on fucking Star Wars? Okay, they're going through the same shit. Not to the extent that we do, but
what they are going through. The entire reason that they even have a white manosphere is because, yes, they're going through the same shit we're going through in society, but they do not have the same bullshit going on in their sphere online that we have going on. They have more solidarity and they stick together. This is the reason why when you had the Mary Sue issue with Star Wars, you had the freaking fandom menace go hard in the paint, and this is how you ended up with the Mandalorian. That's the difference between them and us. We're always looking for a fucking excuse to fucking ignore the goofy shit that black women are doing.
No, not really, because that's how come Harriet failed. And that other shit by self-made failed. Okay, there's a lot of shit that black women put out that fucking failed. Okay, because we do have a voice and we are vocal. And we did kill it.
The side effect. This is a side effect of a bunch of different factors.
In other words, what you're saying now is not what the gender war that was defined to me. Okay. It was defined.
I have a question.
Can I have a question? So now you're redefining what the gender war is, and I have no problem with that.
I'm not redefining it. This has been my definition.
It's yours. It's yours.
May I ask a question?
Did you define it that way from day one?
Let me ask you this: the individuals that defined it for you, where are they right now?
Where are they right now?
What are they doing right now?
Soul and Black, Don Calypso, all these people. Is that what you're talking about? Manosphere, what we call Black Manosphere 1.0.
K-Soul and Black Ram, and all of them, they are still saying the same thing.
Yeah.
They're still saying the same thing, which echoes the same thing I'm saying.
We need to. If in other words, what I'm saying is, if you are defining the gender war in that way, where we have to get control of the media and get control of our image, then the tactics that we have been using are wrong for the war that we're fighting.
If you were to ask K-Soul and Black, Black Ram, Thugtician.
Mm-hmm.
Is the online gender war over? I guarantee you they'll say no. I guarantee you they'll say no.
And why is that?
Because it's not over.
Okay. In other words, if it's not over, and we're trying to win the gender war the way that you defined it, then the tactics that we're fucking using are wrong.
How so?
It's because you're trying to attack policy. You're trying to attack image. You're trying to attack actually define an image for yourself, right? Is that what you're trying to do in a broader space in media, right?
That's part of it.
Okay, you just said it. Okay, what's the other part of it?
Part of it, the other parts of it is defined clearly by Dr. Can't think of his name.
Is he new? Is he old? What?
He's old.
Okay.
We're talking about the 5 different aspects that you have to have.
Claude Anderson,
thank you.
Yeah, I know him personally. Go ahead.
We're talking about the 5 different aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Black women have a seat at every one of those floors.
Mm-hmm.
They have a seat at group economics. They have a seat at the judicial system. They have a seat at education. They have a seat at media.
Mm-hmm.
Seat with politicians.
Okay, why do they have a seat at all those different layers? Why?
They have a seat at all those different layers because if they give Black women those positions, it undermines our leadership.
Okay, so we talked about what? Policy.
Yes, we're talking about policy, but in order for us to have any effect on policy, we actually have to do those things. We have to get into those different things. We've been able, the effects that we have had, the small effects that we have had, we haven't had that because of group economics. We haven't had that because of politics. We haven't had that because of the judicial system, and we haven't had that because of education. We've had that because of media. We've been able, because of this YouTube thing, we have been able to slip through a flaw in their system.
Mm-hmm.
Through that flaw in their system, we've been able to get a foothold in this new form of media.
Mm-hmm.
With that foothold, we have been able to somewhat practice that system Claude Anderson is talking about, but kind of in a backwards roundabout way, because through coming into this new form of media, we're able to jump into education.
You know what Claude said? You know what Claude says, especially behind the scenes, how come we are not able to enact this thing?
Wow.
What's going on between years? You got to change people's minds.
True.
From the ground up. And basically you have to change Black men's minds from the ground up.
True.
And you have to tell them exactly how the system is built, how you were socialized, how you were actually programmed, and you actually show them bit by bit. Okay?
True, but that's what we've been doing for the past. I know that's what I've been attempting to do for the past 5 years.
I've been doing the same thing for the past 5 years, sir.
But here's the thing, BGS, we cannot stop short.
We need to redefine the war, or what you think of. Then you guys that are 1.0 or whatever it is need to clearly come out and redefine what the war was, because this is not what was said back then.
What was
I asked? It basically was the online gender war is about defeating Black women's talking points online and your reputation online. That was it. Period. And they're still doing it.
That was not that.
That's the way it was explained to me, sir. Now you need to explain it to me now you're telling me something differently. So I'm going by my definition of the definition that I was given.
But I've never given that explanation.
You may not have, but the thing is, now you guys, if you disagree with me, and you have, now you guys need to go out and clearly define exactly what the parameters of this war is supposed to be.
I've been saying from day one. I have been saying from day one.
You need to go back and do it again and make it clear. Bullet points in crayon if necessary.
No, I made it crystal clear. Crystal clear. Crystal. See, but here's the problem. The problem is guys like me people can't go back and look at my videos.
Okay, well, do it again. Do it again. If you're that passionate about it, do it again. I have to continually do this shit over and over and over again. You hear me doing this shit over and over again.
Yeah,
okay?
that's how teachers teach. Teach a lesson more than once.
Because these people online have no clue about what the hell you're talking about.
I can't believe this.
Well, you can't believe it, but it is what it is.
I literally can't believe this. I've been repeating the same. Yo, I'm gonna tell you something right now. In this space, I am one of the most discredited people in this goddamn space. I can say shit over and over again, and motherfuckers act like they didn't hear it.
Okay.
I've said it over and over again. I've said it numerous times. My mission has been 100% clear.
Okay.
I've said it over and over. In fact, I almost say it every single live stream.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
The thing is the way you've been saying it, because there's two parts to communications, right? It's the speaker and the hearer. Okay. If the speaker doesn't say it in a way that the hearer can understand it, guess what happens to the communication? It breaks down.
I can say, having followed the sphere from this long, this word gynocracy was critical in helping me to compile and understand what both of you have been saying. And it's given me an opportunity to begin to undo and reprogram a lot of the crap that was making it too difficult for me to not have a visceral reaction to information like what you guys share. And the unfortunate part of the nature of the sphere is because it's so easily accessible through the media dynamics, i.e. anybody with an internet connection can come on here. People that are in different stages of needing this information enter in, and there's no compendium for them to walk into. I'm not saying this to critique anybody here or in the sphere. It's just a happen chance fact that unless people go through a lot of older information, they don't know a lot of these points unless they sit down and really get introduced and mentored into this info by a creator. Both of you are portals for that. And when you look at a lot of the generations that's come in after you, most of us will cite one of you two as being the introductory into the sphere and really come in contact with this info. And it's through hearing your points being brought up repeatedly and some of the content you do in the form of recorded videos that this begins to sink in.
Yep.
So it may just be like somebody was saying earlier that there needs to be a mission statement. I get it, but some of the more recent people coming in, I don't think they are. Because again, where in their life would they have been given the baseline illustration or example or plugin to actually put this information to use when they're constantly being bombarded with it the second they turn on the TV? Right. I get what both of you are saying right now completely. That's why I think this conversation is so critical, because it's demonstrating how, one, important the sphere is in general. Two, if we lose it, that's it. But three, we've got to have an understanding on what the mission statement is. And for a lot of different people, oftentimes their values and their reasons for entering in become their mission statement. And it creates a lot of this non-congruency, so to speak. And obviously we have a problem because the two of you represent archetypically the fathers that many of us didn't really have. And so a lot of the negativity that comes out, that not wanting to hear, is coming from being upset at something that you guys didn't even do. Like, this is how deep the conditioning and programming is. You both have experienced this from so many different people coming into the sphere. It's what animates the jealousy. It's what animates the disposition. But it also is what animates everybody that comes around you too, and really appreciate what both of you guys are doing. Not just even you two, there's so many people in the sphere that do this, but Angry Man, BGS, you both have been so critical in helping us figure this crap out, because we have no illustrations to follow. You are literally all we have.
Yeah, I mean, when I did the Kick Rocks video, man, and then Obsidian and O'Shea went and dug Cynthia G up, got her out of the garbage, man. I said, "What the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck are you guys doing?" And then bring help and actually promote this stuff. Okay, y'all trying to make money. You guys are not trying to reach an objective like uplift black men. You guys are deep into what they call black female fuckery, because that's how you make money.
Right.
I don't even deal with Obsidian. I haven't dealt with Obsidian for years. or O'Shea for years.
And another simple reason to restate what you've said before or reteach the lesson is some people actually don't think there's anything wrong. No matter how messed up their situation might be, some people just don't think anything's wrong with it. They just think that's the normal state of things and how it should be.
As I watch this space, sorry, but as I watch this space with the two of you, it reminds me of the football analogy. You hit them up the middle with the run, get the bus up in there for those who are from PA, and then you just hit them long with the pass. I mean, we're trying to figure out levels to this shit.
I mean, the thing is that there's two things that you could do. The thing is, if your enemy is gonna carry your message, let your enemy carry your message. Okay, if Crystal Carrington all of a sudden starts going on black women about their attitudes and them being fat and out of shape and not qualified, that's a shift. That's a shift, regardless of whether we like the dude or not. Right? I happen to like Kevin. Okay, Kevin said he's moved on. You know, brother, after the shit you went through in here, you move on and make your money. Okay. So what I'm saying is, if he's having an effect out in the world. Okay, he's not trying to be managed, but if he's having an effect out in the world, he's still carrying the same goddamn message that the shit that we said here. I listen to him I don't listen to his whole show, but once or twice we actually listen to see what he's saying. The same shit we were saying, he's saying to women, and they're listening, and they're carrying that. They're having discussions about this shit out in the world, as far as the personal level. Okay, the thing is, regardless of who carries it, the effect is still the same. That's what I look at. Okay,
fucking listening to him. Those women are sitting there taking that shit in order to have an opportunity to fool some fucking dude that they think in this sector has some money.
I was listening to your stream earlier, Angry Man, on that very topic, and I don't know if you noticed. You don't know me, but I'm straight up fan, bro. I mean, this is legendary for me, be on this panel with you guys. But the reality is, I mean, I heard everything you said, and your passion with regard to the manosphere, to me, is unparalleled. Obviously unparalleled. I'll say it that way. And
that's why I love
it's necessary. It's necessary. Necessary. What I guess, and this might not be the space for that, but I mean, damn, what can a brother do to help the cause? Because that's why I'm here. I don't have a dog in some of these fights, but what can a brother do? Because
what I'm saying is, okay, I'm gonna say this about the group of guys that Kevin is actually working with, right? These are the so-called educated lames, right? That women didn't pay attention to. They wanted to be admired and sought after by black women. This is what they wanted, right? So they wanted to be more attractive, more chased after, for lack of a better term, because they felt disrespect, they felt unwanted. Okay. And Kevin will tell you this, after he got them together, after he got their style up, after he gave them a little swag and a little coaching, right? This is what they wanted. Okay. In the mix, this is what they wanted.
You know what y'all should do? Y'all should have a lot of these guys that's in the chat room right now. Y'all should have them come up on the panel, and they can do a song and do a fucking cheerleader pyramid.
Cheerleader pyramid. What are you talking about? They can come up.
Motherfuckers in the chat room with the goddamn pom poms.
What do you mean? I'm not even looking at them. What are they saying?
These motherfucking Johnson sucking, dick riding, pom pom waving motherfuckers.
Okay, they can come up.
Yeah, come up here with your fucking letters and your fucking pom poms and your little cute tennis skirts, and you could do a fucking human pyramid, and then you can do your cheer.
Okay.
See, my thing is, I come from a place where we don't bandwagon. We don't sit in the fucking sphere and talk about a man and call him gay and all types of goofy fucking shit like that. And then once the man win a Super Bowl,
I agree.
You can't pull his dick out of your mouth to save your life.
I agree.
expect men to do that.
I agree. That's why I can't. I don't know why all of a sudden this big attention on Kevin Samuels. Half the dudes didn't like him in the first place. And he says he's not part of the management. But the thing is, I can't understand why he keeps getting pulled back in.
BGS, the problem is the gynocracy responded to this word value.
Okay.
And let me finish this because this is important. I guess I got to say this now because this is frustrating me. Once he's here, he ended up taking advantage of the one thing that is an issue, and it's the fact that women create gravity, period. Mm-hmm. And the sphere is subject to the halo effect.
Okay.
These two things are things that have been an issue since day one, and it's going to create an inflammatory response. I don't even have an answer to this, but what I can say is this: irrespective of what his intentions were, he's offset the orbit of everything else in the sphere.
Okay.
And people are left with two choices. We've got to now play gymnastics to figure out how to step over this. But the problem is certain people see an opportunity, specifically a particular individual that said he's in the sphere now to get paid off of Black relationship dysfunction and don't give a damn.
No.
And like Angry Man said earlier, there's a thing about doing something to get money, and there's a thing that's based on the mission statement. And so this is where the problem comes in, where people are putting the money before the mission statement, when people are not respecting what the mission here is supposed to be. And if we get these effects of individuals that got weight sitting up here pushing these points to the forefront, not knowing what BGS, about why he even started in the first place. It's what's creating this bandwagonism.
And then we got to deal with, and then content creators such as myself, been here since day fucking one, laying the foundation and to the damn mission. I gotta sit back and listen to these goofy motherfuckers talking about, oh, you jealous much, Angry Man? Let me tell you something, motherfuckers in the chat room. I make $250,000.
All right. All right. Well,
jealous of.
And basically, just like I applaud Kevin's success with making money and doing this thing because he had to grind in this sector and take a lot of abuse to do it. I applaud yours.
I'm tired of that goofy shit. The reason shit pisses me off is because I know the reason why the message is not getting through is because you guys are a bunch of bandwagon motherfuckers.
Yeah, I know, and they are.
If I was to turn on my goddamn subscribers and show your motherfucking ass that I had 100K, you would change your goddamn tune tomorrow.
You probably would. And now, normally I don't do this, but the thing is, we since Valdez is up here, we're enacting martial law, right? All the mods, okay, tune them up, okay. They're talking shit, tune them up. I had to do this
get that shit.
All right, locked and loaded. Y'all been
locked
warned.
And loaded, baby. So in other words, I'm announcing martial law in this chat. So if you want to keep it up, don't come beg me to actually dig you out later on, right? I'm not digging up any old bones, okay? Now, continue, Valdez. We're trying to have a productive conversation. I want clarification, okay? Because I went off of what I think, or what I've learned, okay? And I want clarification from him because he knows it better than I do. I'm going by what I think, what I know, and what I've experienced. Now, if he has something different, I want to listen to it, which is why he's here.
My thing is, I care about the mission that I have laid out from day one, which is us having control over our image and ultimately our destiny. Point blank, period. See what I mean? Angry Man, Mad Kevin getting the bag.
Go snipe him. He's gone. Hey, they're gonna get sniped. If they want to get shot, let them get shot.
This is pathetic. This is pathetic. It's pathetic. Let me tell you something. If I gotta give over the hill bitches advice to get views, I don't want them.
It's not your mission.
You're playing yourself in the chat room with that goofball shit. And check this out. I'm actually smart enough and understand the psychology behind it. You're not actually giving Kevin props. You just like saying it because you know you're fucking with me.
Yeah,
You're
that's all.
more of a hater of mine than a fan of Kevin's.
And that's what they're using it for. And so stop giving them ammunition. Just to basically snipe them. Okay, they're not with you, dude. When an enemy identifies himself, guess what you're supposed to do? Put him down. They're exposing themselves.
This shit is goofy. And this is the reason. This is the reason why. This is the reason why we constantly remain in the state that we remain in. Because you have too many dudes. You have too many dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Too many that are. I don't know what's wrong with them.
They have gynocratic conditioning they've had since birth, and it's been passed down for the last 10 generations. Of course, they're going to have it. Okay. Yeah.
Can I reiterate a point? Can I reiterate a point I said earlier?
Go ahead.
And I said this word "follow through" for a reason. I don't think what you're saying, BGS, is that people are going to, or rather, your intention in what you said earlier was for people to give up equilibrium here on the ground level, but that you want, in addition to what we're doing, to continue to follow through with our strike to end the fight.
In other words, why do we keep listening to people that keep bringing up the same shit, digging up the same chicks, digging up the same, Cynthia G, Crystalline Karazan, whoever? We beat them a long time ago. Stop. That was the intention of my video. Okay, stop. In other words, that particular fight, that particular war is over. It's a new campaign. Okay. And I actually said it in the video. We have bigger fish to fry than these bitches. Okay.
Here's the thing. I don't believe that defeating them was the war. I believe that was battles. And I agree. We shouldn't still be talking about them. We shouldn't be talking, but you haven't really heard me. You haven't really heard me going back and forth with no Cynthia G. Or once I did that one-on-one with her, that was it.
Mm-hmm. And basically, and it wasn't. The video was not aimed at you, though, sir.
I didn't say it was.
Huh?
I didn't say it was.
Okay, it was aimed at Obsidian and a few others that keep bringing this shit up, man. They keep coming in my comment section. They keep digging this stuff up. They keep going Bernard Riley's shit and digging this shit up, man. Stop with it, okay?
BGS could possibly be one of those situations where the general keeps on fighting the last war. They don't realize that they won. You know,
if you're talking about, he already made clear what his mission statement is, and he did it on Prophet of Thoughts channel, one of his little debates. He's going to benefit so long as he keeps resurrecting those specific dynamics.
Yeah.
And that's why it keeps getting brought up. It's why he's attacking the sphere with this idea of we're coming up with excuses by describing the environment and offering status reports. He's been on that for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with Obsidian is he is a founder of a company that has outgrown him.
Yes.
Oh.
It has.
And now he's still here and he's trying to find some purpose or some meaning or some point of importance in a corporation that has become much more diverse, much more sophisticated. His mission and objectives are far and beyond just black female fuckery. And because, unfortunately, of his status, there still will be a significant percentage of people, both old and new people coming in, who will be drawn to him because he does have his talent. And you know, I respect that, but the actual merits of what he's doing now is quite dated. It's at least half a decade old now.
Yeah. What the brothers need to do, and I'll actually take down the video that I put up with about the gender war being over. Okay, if you guys don't believe that it's over, and I'm mistaken about the mission, okay, mistaken about it, then I'll take it down.
There's a lot of misinformation floating around that some of the individuals who have been around since 2.0 that basically are, you know, they're putting out stuff. You can't trust them because everything they're doing is mostly for money.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for the mission. And for all of you haters that love to take shots at me, which is really convenient, but let us not forget that the Angry Man is one of the few dudes in this space that has not been able to keep his videos up for a very long time because of the fact that I have been attacked on a regular basis. But now they're being left up. So holler at me in a couple years with all my videos being left up like other people. And then let's discuss my numbers. But I tell you what you don't want to discuss. I tell you what you don't want to discuss with your little hating asses in the chat room. I bet you don't want to discuss my pockets. Bet you don't want to discuss that, because at the end of the day, regardless of whether or not I was able to keep my videos up, I'm still able to hold down a larger audience than you. Any of you little haters in the chat room.
It frustrates me that these folks even get access to people with weight like that in the sphere, just casually.
Well, the internet does that, doesn't it? It allows all of us to kind of.
I mean,
the thing is that this is the audience that we have, okay, and we don't. Unfortunately, it's not a door where you actually control who comes in and comes out. And if somebody sets up shop with whatever talking point that attracts people, let them. Okay. In fact, I encourage them, if that's what you want, rather than coming over and infecting my sphere and what I do, go someplace that is going to make you happy.
It's the gift and the curse.
It is Monday morning, essentially, depending on, I guess, where you are in the country. And there are close to, 700 people on a very late evening listening to this live stream. I would say, let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think what's happening here is that this environment is growing and it's experiencing growing pains.
And basically, if you listen to what, in fact, I'll put it up right after this. What Ice Cube was saying about systems and black men, black people. I'm sure he's talking about black, because he actually talking about black men need to actually become independent voters and independent operators in this system. He actually said that they're trying to get him off of that square, right? So basically, if you look at people like Ice Cube, look at Snoop and a few others, right, that are actually high profile, this stuff is reaching them, right?
It's definitely reaching them.
What's his name? What's his name? Who's the biggest ass kisser of black women on the planet? The Roland Martin actually put out a tweet saying he had 12 calls of people that he trusts talking about that the Democratic Party was not doing enough and talking about black male and black male issues, right? That wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Angry Man. It wouldn't happen if it wasn't for me. If it happened for a whole bunch of people. Valdez
and Angry Man, with respect, it probably wouldn't happen if it wasn't for Kevin.
And Karen Hunter also. That's another political analyst. She actually put out something last year that spoke to like the black male vote, and she was like, "Who do black men have to vote for?" And she was very honest about it too, very upfront.
Why does everybody think? Here's the thing. This really is annoying me about this part of the conversation.
Okay.
I haven't taken shit away from Kevin. I know where this narrative is coming from. This is Obsidian doing this. This is why you have individuals in the chat room doing that, because Obsidian has been trying his best to put Kevin up against me. And there's been numerous little trolls trying to create this sort of beef between me and Kevin. And I've said numerous times, there is no beef between me and Kevin.
No,
never has been. And what I'm going to continue to point out is the reason that it is so difficult to reach these brothers and educate them on the things that they need to hear is because they only want to listen to dudes that they believe are popular.
Okay, so does that mean we need to become popular, Valdez?
Look,
I'm asking.
That will happen. That will happen organically. That will happen in its own due time.
I mean, we can do things to make ourselves more popular.
Yeah, we could, but the thing is, see, that right there is a slippery slope.
I understand.
That right there is a slippery
That's why
slope.
I'm asking.
You might
That's why
lose
I'm
the
asking.
message with that.
That's why I'm asking you.
But you are becoming more popular.
Yeah, I am. And see, that's my point. That's why I'm not. That's why this whole conversation, it's completely. That part of the conversation is ridiculous to me. I'm getting my growth organically the way I'm supposed to get it. I'm not worried about that. That's over there somewhere, because that's already.
You know, this is not Highlander. You know,
yeah, exactly.
It can be only one.
Exactly. I'm not worried about that. See, that's my thing. I've given numerous times. I've been on my channel. I've given Kevin his props for his success because I know what he's done to do it.
We brought him in. Okay, we brought him in.
So it's like,
yeah.
Ever since you introduced him, ever since he came on to O'Shea's thing, I've done nothing but promote Kevin.
Yes.
And I've done nothing but defend him last year when when most of you individuals was talking crazy about him.
Yeah.
I'm not taking away nothing from Kevin. I'm tired of individuals trying to use Kevin as a lightning rod to try to look at the rest of the sector and say, oh, the rest of you guys are just mad because Kevin, like, come on, man, with that goofy shit. Anybody in this space can be critiqued for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, I've critiqued Kevin several times. You know, about marriage rates and stuff.
Yeah,
like
I remember
that.
you pushing back on the marriage.
And I pushed back them about B. Simone about she has a right to her show. There's several times I actually pushed back against Kevin. Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Well, see, the thing about it is, what is annoying is it's just like with football or with basketball. A lot of these individuals, they're the type of people, they wait till the championship comes and then they pick the team that, you know, that they like the mascot or they like the color. It's like, okay,
they hate the least.
The rabble will always be with you, Valdez. They would go back to Rome. Go back to those Roman Colosseum days. The rabble will always be with you.
But Angry Man is just hating through proxy. It's proxy hating, right?
You can't get rid of them.
Did my evil twin just sigh? Like, oh fuck, he's right though. It is what it is, man. I deal with it all. You said I'm becoming meaner since I don't do my 8-hour Coliseum. There's a reason for that, man.
I can't, man. I can't with these individuals, man. Like, it's like, look, I have never in my entire life been a hater. Never.
No.
Never. I have never once ever tried to stand in the way of any dude making money. Makes no difference to me how a dude make money. I don't have time to hate on other brothers. I want to see other brothers succeed, because if other brothers succeed, that means I succeed.
Sirrism, don't try to start fights in the chat, man. We got mods that was sniping people, so don't call them bandwagon clowns. We don't need you to cheer for them because you're gonna start a fight. So let the mods do their business, okay?
But it is annoying to me because I can't stand bandwagon fans. That shit really bothers me.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got a whole sector of them, man, that are swayed. They are the rabble, man. They are the plebs that sit in the Coliseum and throw fruit at you. Okay.
Yeah, I think you are 100% right about that. They are a bunch of plebeian motherfuckers.
Yes, they are. But the thing is, I want to reach the people that matter. I want to reach the people that can make shit change. Okay, that's what I want to do. And if fucking Kevin actually get him, first thing I tell Kevin, I know what he was doing, right? Yeah. I knew when he started the mix. He took the former so-called educated lanes, man. He cleaned them up. He held them out as bait. And the only thing I told Kevin, if the bitches are gonna come over and try to vie for, make them pay. Okay, because I know what they're gonna do. I know what you're gonna do. We're trying to do, make your money and make them pay. But the thing is, don't lie about it, because we're actually gonna call you out when you lie. Now the high value thing is a marketing thing. I have nothing to do with it. It should have been like 2 weeks worth of conversation. That should have been it. Let Kevin market whatever he's gonna market, right? And anybody come in and talk about you ain't have value, nigga. Boom, snipe him. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know what it is.
Here's the funny thing. The funny thing is, you got guys coming in here, and this is basically what they're saying to me.
Mhm.
I'm Nipsey Hussle, and they're telling me you still don't have a platinum album. Like they don't understand how this works. They
You're
don't
running the underground.
they don't get it. Like,
Okay, a lot of even in the entertainment business, you can have a platinum album be a one hit wonder and never work again.
Exactly.
But see, that's what like man. I ain't even gonna say nothing else.
You know what, Angry Man? I see you as kind of like
Tony
Currency.
Brown had several platinum albums and was still
She broke.
bankrupt.
Yeah, but Angry Man, I see you kind of like Currency. Currency is like he's been underground for over a decade, right? And if you in the underground, Currency, you know how much music he done put out. Wherever he go, he sell out the smaller venues. But he's still in the scene. That's how I see you.
The people
it's not the number of album sales; it's the points and the percentage that matter.
The points and percentage, but the thing is, it's the audience that you attract because you can always tour and make tons of money. Look at the Rolling Stones; they ain't put out a hit in how long, but they can sell out a stadium over like a whole tour just by announcing it. That's what you want. You want lasting power.
Yeah, you want a diehard following.
Yeah,
that's what you really want. But
well, you got one, Angry Man.
Yeah, bro. Because I was gonna say, don't. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Roger.
You gotta understand and just simply remember. The reason people are taking shots at you is because you are who you are and you've accomplished what you've accomplished. And you got to keep in mind that the manosphere is something different than everything else going on in the world. So there's a lot of female thinking in a lot of different men, and they're doing exactly what you would expect a woman to do.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Point blank.
Yeah.
Those are the
And
guys.
you were raised by men, Valdez. That's why it's so troublesome to you, because your inner masculine spirit is going to conflict with all the feminine energy that you're getting from all these men.
You know what? And I'm gonna tell you the truth about that, Black Uru. Sometimes, like, I'm not even gonna lie, I felt this way before I got on YouTube, but it wasn't until I got on YouTube that it got worse, because sometimes I be feeling like I was born in the wrong era.
Angry Man,
Valdez, I would differ with you, brother. You were born in the right era.
Yeah, we needed.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree in the right era, because had you been born 30 years ago, you'd still be on the block, man. You'd be still doing your thing. But the thing is, the internet gave you a different lane. You took advantage of it.
Yeah,
born in the right era.
True, in that aspect as far as prosperity, but the trade-off is I got to deal with these plebes. That's the trade-off.
The plebe,
you would have always had to deal with the plebes.
The poor will always
to do a business, brother.
The poor will always be with you. They were there 4,000 years ago. They will always be with you.
Fam,
they're called sheep, sir.
Do you know Do you know how many things you're staving off without even realizing it? You were the reason why Frieza was shook off the legendary Super Saiyan. And folks were not trying to step on Planet Vegeta. You know how much time that gave us to build and go train, family? I'm just keeping it 100.
Word.
So don't ever discount your presence here, and don't think that we don't see that and see you and appreciate every second of that, because we know, again, it's like I said earlier, you are a big reason why we've been able to have this opportunity to recoup and get some illustrations and examples and start deprogramming so that we can start making the things we need to do so we can follow up. And please believe we are.
Valdez, don't. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was gonna say, don't get me fucked up, Valdez. I got receipts. Your shit, you in the budget and shit.
Yeah.
You in the my monthly.
I can't crack the top 5, man.
Hey, look.
But you know what it is too, Angry Man? It's for all my history buffs, they know how some of these wars worked, right? It's a proxy war. They're trying to, you already know that. So whoever it is Britain trying to use Germany versus Russia in this war, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna get dragged into, but they would actually probably want to see both of y'all get knocked down. They're probably dick riding Kevin, but in all honesty, they really want to see both of y'all fall.
Of course.
They're just talking shit about you though.
Yeah, of course.
So you could pop off.
Well, here's the thing. I'm an easier target because Kevin is going to completely ignore him. But here's the thing, though. Like, look, everybody that watches my stuff and supports it, look, don't think I don't appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all to death.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you this right now. Senility is going to be really interesting considering all of this shit I'm going through right now and all of these damn conversations.
Wait 20 years.
Oh,
wait 20 years. You'll be just as cantankerous as my ass is.
That shit gonna be hilarious.
Man.
But I don't really see you like that, BGS.
Huh? Oh,
I don't really see you like that.
Valdez just went off on me, man.
About this, maybe about this. Not for nothing, bro. But in the business world, I'm a contractor. One of the things I tell aspiring contractors, you got no business on the ladder. If you got to get up on the ladder and do the work yourself, you ain't in business. So perhaps you need a foil.
Thanks.
Hey, Valdez, all you need is a fly swatter. Just don't let these maggots fly.
Look, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I meant this, and I still mean it. BGS is meaner since he doesn't do his.
I told you.
He do be taking out that double lightsaber.
But he's right though. He ain't wrong. He's right. Valdez is my evil twin. He knows me. So,
like I was listening to a couple of the conversations when you was on a couple of panels, and I was like, damn, like he like a fire breathing dragon, right? Because you on your own shows Saturdays, he had the patience of Job. But now, now as soon as you get up here and you
take out double blade lightsaber.
yeah, he lets that black pill out.
Yeah, you say something like, well, first of all, can I finish my statement, sir? I'd be like,
I mean, they be asking for it, family.
Yeah, they do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Valdez, I said, you getting mean, man.
Yo, Valdez, you above that shit too, man. On the real, because like really, you just paying attention to the Maggles and the Strags, bro.
Mm-hmm.
On the real, I mean, the fans that really rock with you on the real, you know, people who really come here for that information.
Yeah, but it's like dripping water. I know what you're talking about. It's like dripping water.
Yeah, I can see that.
The Chinese water technique, they doing the Chinese water technique on your ass.
Crazy, yeah.
Real talk though, I think ultimately though, what this is demonstrating is that I guess it's been time for a lot of us who've been apprenticing under you two, I guess, to step up a little bit harder and really start alleviating some of that so you two can really focus on the bigger mission, because they haven't gone to sleep and we still got new people that are coming into the sphere and they have questions. And I think we can take advantage of this landscape here.
Yeah, but the thing is, with real talk, Valdez, old heads need to come out and define it, because you guys say it, you kind of talk around it, but you need to actually define it where it's clear about what the gender war is. If it's still going on, define what it is and what the objectives are, because I could tell you, if I have to guess about it, then a whole lot of people under me don't know.
So back to
a lot of the young viewers come in just because they were trying to get pussy and trying to figure it out.
Yeah, a lot of people
on the real
want to be heard and seen.
No, that's true.
Yeah. They think the war's over because it's all, you know, everything is peachy keen. Kevin got the answers. I can go get me a bag and, you know, get me a thorn, John, man. They ain't ready for this.
Well,
what some folks are showing up and they're not here about no agenda war. The people that's attacking Angry Man, and I understand why Angry Man is getting mad.
Yeah,
getting annoyed. It's really he's getting annoyed because he's looking at grown men talking to him like they're a woman, and that's extremely annoying for a grown man to sound exactly like a woman. And Angry Man just ain't came out and said it. I just said because I got a smaller channel, it's easy for me to get away with it. But that's what it is. People are addressing him as if they're women, and I can't stand when men address me as if they're a woman.
Yeah.
That's extremely
Yeah,
annoying.
we all want to punch them in the face when they do
But,
that.
but what's making it worse is that there's individuals showing up here with agendas that are undermining the mission that's even been established in the first place. And it's that distortion field that I'm getting disgusted by.
Exactly. It's the what I call them the butter biscuit brigade. You've always had people on the plantation trying to protect it, and because this is an open space that people can come to, don't think only fans are coming. The butter biscuit brigade is coming in too.
Yeah. Yeah. Like look at some people that do some dumb shit like what's his name, Game Changer, man.
Oh Lord.
And instead of correcting him and getting him straight, if you're going to be here, man, the people should have gotten him straight. We try to get him straight, but we have people actually coming in and actually uplifting him, man. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you guys doing, man?
You know that dude don't talk to women in his real life.
Well, regardless, you're not supposed to come online doing the shit that he's doing, man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not going.
Yeah,
you don't have to say anything. I said it, okay.
But BGS game goofy people, that's what they do.
I said it, okay. You don't have to say anything, Valdez. I said it.
He'll do a month's worth of content on me behind that.
No, you don't need to say it. I said it. He can do 2 months worth of content on me if he wants to.
But BGS, that's what I was saying. Is like
because the other half of me is educated lame, okay? So he can't get away with this shit with me.
But you tell me this though.
Go ahead.
And now I know that this is not the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just wishful thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But is it not fair for me to want motherfuckers to leave me alone so I can work?
Yes, it is fair, and it's just. Okay?
Yeah.
That's all I want. I want niggas to leave me alone so I can work. Like, let me work. Just step out of the way. If you don't like what I'm saying, just don't watch me. Just go watch somebody else.
Yeah, but that's like them coming to see the Bulls and no Michael, man. I mean, they gonna haggle the shit out of him.
No, it ain't that. It ain't that. If Angry Man's out here killing it, doing what he's doing, how they gonna make their women happy without putting up a fuss?
Well,
some of these dudes got women directing them, and they're here because some woman saw a video somewhere, or heard a statement somewhere on social media, and she said, "Go attack that nigga," and that's what they showed up for, and they gonna be here till they get ready.
Bruh,
now, you ain't going nowhere, but that's what they mission is.
So real.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Yep.
You getting cool points, right? You getting cool points from the ladies because you're one of the good guys, the real guys, the guys that actually care about women, and you're doing this fake front end thing. And we've seen it throughout history. The guys that come into some spaces, come into the barbershop, right? Talk crazy to the rest of us and tell us that we need to do better. That's what these people are essentially doing that you just described.
You know what? See, here's the messed up thing. I spent so much time treating this space like it's so much, because it is different from the street.
It is.
But I did not think about the things that are similar, even though it is different. There are similar. I didn't think about the fact that there are dudes here because some chick probably saw a video of mine, got mad, and was like, "Yo, that dude said such." Not even sending the dude, but just saying it, and then the dude coming here to
feel a certain way.
Hey, Roger, they do it to Edward. They definitely do it to you.
Hey, Roger, did you have a stream where a guy came on and he was really critical of the manosphere, and then he eventually brought his girlfriend on?
That's what I'm talking about.
He was
ending.
And the girlfriend actually sound more reasonable than he did, by the way.
Yes, she did.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it was my stream on Black Male Privilege.
Yeah.
Okay, it was Rogers. Yeah, I was on that stream.
Yeah,
we had a whole conversation with them.
And I cussed homeboy out at the end too.
Yeah, it was embarrassing.
I channeled my inner Angry Man.
So it was really embarrassing.
Yeah.
But you know something we're not factoring in also is if you're a novice and you're a lame and you're game goofy, it's nothing to follow somebody that has just a centimeter more knowledge than you, right? So when I look at BGS and when I look at, even though BGS can talk I'm gonna say talk down, but I'm not. I don't mean that in a condescending way. But he can come down and talk to the
He
average
does,
person.
but go
BGS, Angry Man, and Kevin. The problem is that right now y'all are doing advanced courses for the people that have been here since Manosphere 1.0 and maybe even early 2.0. Y'all are advanced now, right? These people that are coming into the scene now, they're new. They don't know who to follow, so they're following these game goofy guys, not understanding this is not a professor. This is a person that came into the class once or twice, learned a couple of talking points, and now they're trying to teach you, but they really don't have a grasp of the information. You know.
You know what? That's the interesting dichotomy of being a content creator. You're thinking of it from the standpoint of, you know, what you've been talking about for the past X amount of years.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like your audience have heard all of it.
Yep.
True. So it's like you're trying to give them fresh content, fresh concepts that's going to help them. But you don't think about the fact that you got an influx of new people that didn't hear the first stuff.
You got some people that want to sub to you. So if you can, drop the link to your channel in the chat. When you get a chance.
And that was where I was coming from when I was making mention of there probably needing to be a compendium, and how some of the newer content creators stepping into the space will probably need to kind of like reintroduce or refer to a lot of your older content. And I guess the problem with Angry Man's is he's been forced to take so much of it down that a lot of people just simply don't know, and they're catching it through word of mouth. Mm-hmm. Again, it's like there needs to be some kind of initiation process into the sphere so you can get caught up because of how much has been gone over. So things like, I don't know, and this is where Diddy comes into the picture about the idea of a documentary. You know, things like that maybe need to go into circulation and consideration over time, you know, because of that. And it's not to say that you guys aren't doing enough. It's just that the sphere is growing that quickly.
It is. It really is.
No, well, let me throw this out there, because you know I came up with this idea to put that list that BGS put up, and I'm gonna continue to refine that list and give out some every month to make sure the list is actually accurate and on point. And I think as far as if somebody will voluntarily start taking certain videos from different people's channels to make like a beginner's course, that would be good. But the reason I'm doing the list is because I know the people, the big guys, you know, it is what it is. The guys who I separate on the list, like Angry Man and BTS and all that, y'all been doing so much work already, and y'all ain't got time to do the minor stuff. So some of the newer people like myself, we got to take it upon ourselves to do what we can to say, I actually came through and I helped the Manosphere in some kind of way. We got to take that initiative. You know,
I put a video up like that, Roger, and I fucked it up, apparently.
No. I'm throwing it out here because at the end of the day, it's going to take newer people to come in with the new ideas and say, now that it is where it is, and I'm looking at it from my perspective, because Angry Man don't see the Manosphere the way I see it. Angry Man see it from the way he see it, and he been on basically at the top of a particular mountain without a better choice of word. He been at the top of the mountain for so long. I'm new. I only been here a couple years. I'm looking at it from a much different perspective than him, so I'm gonna see stuff that he don't see. And and we now have a need for stuff that we didn't have a need for when he started.
Yeah, and I think you learned a few things, Roger, by me posting a list, because you got a lot of feedback. I mean, you have a lot of feedback on that list, so I'm sure you guys have been going over it and seeing, checking things out. So that's why
we refined.
That's why I put it up as is, because I knew what people were actually going to do. They're actually going to go back and forth to argue. This guy should have been in. That guy should have been in. How you missing this? The only thing I actually disagree with was Sonetter. Okay, Sonetter would say he's not part of the Manosphere.
No, actually, he should not have been on that list. And how he got on the list, I'm not gonna say, but he should not have been on it.
Hey, I'm gonna say this to everybody watching. For everybody that is upset about the fact that I wasn't able to leave my stuff up, I just want you to know that I have made a great sacrifice to leave my stuff up, because I literally stopped cursing. I have virtually.
I'm still amazed.
Sometimes on that
watch
statement,
it just to
fam.
see if you're gonna slip, man. And you have done an admirable job, man, of not cursing.
You ain't shit, BGS.
In fact, I can see him biting I can see him gripping the side of his chair, man. Like, I want to say it. I want to call her a bitch, but I can't do it. Oh,
I'm loving it because sometimes I miss
You know we gotta
and I
do-
can just go back and get the replay.
You know what we got to do, right?
What's
we
that?
got to make it to where every curse word is going to be a push-up. That's like sphere-wide rule. Up, you curse, give me 10.
Yeah.
I have a question, if I could.
Go ahead.
Just simply. I don't know if it's already exists, and I'm pretty sure it does. But is it possible that we can link each other's channels to each other so that we kind of keep up on things, and they can go to one to one to one? That way, they'll get an opportunity for those who need to get caught up can get caught up.
That's what the community tab is for.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
Just wanted to make sure.
That's the thing. You gotta actually, like, whenever anybody posts up new content, whenever I catch it, I'll try to repost it on my community tab.
Yeah, and it'll go out to your listeners. That's what I try to do. That's what we really try to. Sometimes we kind of overdo it because people kind of get worn out seeing your updates and stuff like that. So we try to moderate it so you get more of an impact. But we try to. I know Valdez does it. You know, he does it with his sphere. I take my half. We try to introduce people to new channels, like smaller channels that don't get any traffic. Like Roger, you know, I used to post his stuff on my community tab all the time, and actually come on the panel and actually bring people over and stuff like that. So that's what we try to do.
I've been adding a lot lately. Have you guys been seeing anything? Because I'm not sure if my stuff has been getting, I guess, what people say
YouTube.
Yeah, I see your stuff.
Yeah, YouTube is going through his shadow ban shit right now. So
yeah, it is. 'Cause we talked about that earlier, BGS.
Yeah.
But I have to look your stuff up, Nameless. I'm
Yeah, I got a
subscribed to
lot
you, and I
now.
still have to look your stuff up. Yeah, but I see that you've been posting a lot lately.
Yeah.
Hey, Lavaris, I see that comment, bro, and I'm gonna hold you to it.
Somebody screenshot that.
But it was something that's. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Not just peace, everybody. You know what I'm saying? Hope how you guys doing? Hope everybody doing well.
All right.
I just want to get my quick thought on the whole thing with the manosphere. Like the thing grew, the manosphere, in my opinion, grew to the point where, you know, it's kind of too big for, like, you know, it's like how back in the day, one school teacher would teach like 30-something kids.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, now there's way too many, like, you know, people coming in now for there to be one teacher. You know what I'm saying? It's like the manosphere now is like, it got to be broken up in, like, in certain areas. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody could be a math teacher. Not everybody could be a science teacher, so on and so forth. So it's like, you know, for certain things like current events and stuff, you got the Angry Man. The history, you got, you know, UBGS. You know what I'm saying? Like, for the style and stuff, you got Kevin. You know what I'm saying? For self-image and stuff like that. And, you know what I'm saying? For shock jock, you might have, like, the city and stuff like that. But, you know, it's the point where everybody has a niche, you know, in the sphere where they could all eat and they could all grow.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, you know, I like, I'm gonna use the Valdez's word per se. I have a problem with Obsidian and I'll say per se. But the thing is that what I don't like is if you're on a mission and going in a direction, don't keep reversing field and flip flopping and going back because you cause problems for everybody else. Okay, because now what he does, what O'Shea does, falls back on us. Okay, because now you got people that are actually half in and half out coming and fucking with us about some bullshit here, some bullshit there, right? And that's what makes it tiring. We just cleaned this stuff up. You guys are bringing this stuff back in. Okay, knock it off. Do your
How
thing.
you follow a non-select dating coach, I will never understand.
God, and going against the dating coaches. Leave the dating coaches alone, man.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you the truth. I never understood that. And the part I didn't understand is I didn't understand them messing with Alan and and wrong. I didn't
Wrong.
understand that.
No sense.
Look, we all
Hold on, Uru. Let
Yeah,
Valis finish.
like wrong doesn't bother nobody.
No.
I really didn't
Right, that's true. He stayed to himself.
we all went to high school. I mean, whenever I think about Obsidian, I think about a certain kid in high school, and they never quite get over whatever their status was there. Ever.
Perpetually the fucking
I'm
jock.
sorry. Whenever I think about Obsidian, I think about the guy who couldn't get a prom date.
Exactly.
Who cares?
And that all kind of filters throughout everything he appeared to do to me now. So it's hard for me to really kind of take him seriously.
What I'm saying, if he's a non-select dating coach, do dating coaching. Not Obsidian takes on
But you have to be an actual persuasive dater in order to be a dating coach.
Why call yourself that if you're not actually giving dating coaching advice, man? All you're doing is attacking people. Doesn't make sense.
But here's the funny thing. In Alan Roger Curry, he had me almost fell out of the chair when he said it. He said every dating coach is a non-select.
Oh, that's true. But you got a point there. Yeah, I thought about that.
Can we also acknowledge
that fact?
Somebody said something just now that was very poignant, that Obsidian kind of is stuck as the person that didn't get a date during prom. I want to say this. A lot of the black community, that's where they are. Just listen across the spectrum, not just black men, black women too. That's what I keep on drilling, right? That's when I spoke to Professor Green Gorilla. That's what I was saying is, and I said this to BGS. I've said this to Charles. A lot of us, that's where we're stuck. You're stuck at 17, 18, being the bitter, angry person. And now that I'm in my mid-30s, I still see these people, right? That's the scary part. This is like 17 years later, and these people, now they have a YouTube channel. And now a bunch of other angry, bitter people who are still mad that they weren't the shit in high school are following these people. It's because these people can speak well and they present well. But if you were to open them up, you'll see just a shivering, angry, bitter person that's 17 years old that's stuck in them, even though they're in their mid-30s, maybe even early 40s, right? The black community is stuck in that space.
In his 50s.
And don't forget too.
What?
Say that again. I said I get angry, man. I missed that.
I said, don't forget the other part of it too. Those same individuals that are stuck at 17, not being the popular kid in school, and then they got a bunch of followers that are the same way that attack guys like me because they think that I was super popular. You see what I'm saying? Like this guy's
you look like the guy, angry man who did that girl back in 11th grade.
No, but it wasn't their girl. That's the thing. Angry Man looks like the guy that was pulling the girl that they wanted. He didn't blame the girl, their girlfriend, because it was never their girlfriend. He was just the dude that was pulling the chick you wanted that you never had the balls to talk to.
But
It's hate.
Here's the crazy thing about that. And I did in high school. I wasn't the most popular kid and I wasn't the most unpopular kid. But the thing is that they don't get everybody had their issues in high school. Everybody did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everybody did, man. So I don't get that, man. They're really treating it like it's high school.
Yeah.
It's a form of arrested development, and I think Xers, y'all had a bit of it. I think millennials, we took that shit to the next level, and I think Gen Z are gonna be stuck at 15 forever because of millennials. If we're still stuck there at 30 something, 40 years old, then I don't even want to see what Gen Z is going to be like. It's being stuck in this place. And this is one problem with the internet, is that you get into your silo with other people that are stuck in that mental space too. And y'all can bounce the same ideas back and forth to each other over and over again for years.
But
for
then
decades.
we go back into
I disagree.
That was go ahead.
Some of Gen Z ain't gonna do because they paying attention.
Okay, well, you say you disagree. Why?
No, I'm saying for me, I think that Gen Z will be like the generation that's a catalyst to fix all the fuckery that the millennials and Gen X is dealing with now. That's just
Nah, they're basically ignoring all that stuff. They're not fixing it, but they're ignoring it. They're doing basically they've been absorbed. In fact, that's what Gen Z is actually trained to do. So, in other words, I've been doing this saying this for the last 2 or 3 years. Younger millennials and Gen Zs don't have the same race loyalty that the other generations do.
True.
Look at it like
And
this.
that's what they're finding out. In fact, somebody
Admixture.
else said that. In fact, what's his name? Soul and Black. He's doing a critique about what I said about the gender war, but he did add in that the disease especially don't have this issue because they've been socialized not to have this issue.
Admixture.
They ain't had no fathers.
Admixture. Yeah.
They haven't had fathers.
What? Huh?
Well, I'm saying
So they never have
when
fathers.
you get a large amount of people that don't really have a father, fathers do actually carry on. I mean, I get the whole thing about the mother being the first teacher, but all cultures are kind of connected to a father because when you wipe a culture out, you wipe out the men of the culture.
Well,
When
that partially, okay, partially. What is the biggest factor, and you should have known this with what they did with the white people, right? What's the biggest factor they found out to actually bring these people together? It's called the Prussian school system. That's what they're taught in school.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
And that overrides just about anything else. Once you get in school, start mixing with different kinds of people, stuff like that, it's going to override your father. White men are having the same goddamn problem.
And this is why we were saying this all ties everything back into what you were talking about before, both of you actually, with addressing the culture by addressing the media and addressing the environment. It needs to be a multi-pronged effort to where people were recognizing the fact that we're at a mental disposition. We're so far in the negatives that we have to, when we add things, we're still in the negatives, whereas everyone else gets to operate on a positive energy.
Yeah.
So,
Race is an artificial concept. And
I mean, get the fuck out of here. I don't know if y'all seen this or not.
What happened this time?
See, look, am I cocky for feeling like I'm influenced? Yo, your boy LeBron is sitting up on the press conference with a damn Cohiba cigar.
Do you blame him? Do you blame him now? Come on.
Remember where he played. Remember where he played for so many years, though.
Man,
That's true.
He played in Miami,
right?
Yeah, but he might be a fan of the Angry Man. There's no telling.
He might be because look, I've been noticing.
He just copying MJ. He just copying MJ.
He's chasing MJ, and he just got a lot closer. He'll probably never catch him, but he just got closer. I can accept him rewarding himself at this point.
It's Cohiba a Cuban cigar?
Yeah, it is. But it's the exact same. Because I'm looking at the band on it. It's the exact same ones that I used to have all the time. Like for real. And I've never seen the only other person I've ever seen fire up a cigar when they, had a championship was Michael Jordan. That's been a minute.
Okay.
I don't think
well, that's where you got it from then.
Yeah.
He could be a fan of the Angry Man though.
You do what the best do.
Hey Valdez, what makes you being cocky is what makes you though.
But I don't
even say that. Don't even try with me, bro. Hey Valdez, I told you that shit a long time ago, didn't I?
But yeah, you did. But the plebes are watching.
Hey, flex on him.
Touche, sir. Touche.
You're gonna be like that nigga think LeBron was.
I didn't think nothing of it because I know that's how you are. So, but that's what makes you.
Mm-hmm. But I tell you what though, I know for a fact, and anybody can dispute this if they want. I know for a fact that Negro DL Hughley watches me. That Negro.
You're going to put that shit on Patreon.
That Negro DL Hughley watching me. Hey, you should do clips of it, man. Having him talk about your talking points.
Yeah, I'm gonna start like he does it on his radio show. I'm gonna start recording some of his talking points and just put it up there and show everybody because he does it too often for it to be a coincidence.
What I'm saying is this sector makes a larger impact than people really realize, man.
Yeah, they
The
don't.
ripples.
It
The
ripples
ripples.
out. This stuff ripples out, and the thing is,
Mhm.
even we're like Battlestar Galactica. We're small, chased by the Cylons. We're doing the heavy damage, man.
And see, the thing is, the reason why it goes back to what you said in your Sacred Space video, BGS.
Mhm.
You can't find any other place that's like this. That's why, you know, I think it's important that we recognize, or rather, maybe you guys kind of need to be recognized as an official sort of council. And I mean, I don't know if I'm not trying to say that anybody needs to jump into some kind of chain of command strictly, but I think collaborating in a sense of, you know, presenting these ideas to folks coming in, so they can understand the weight this place really has. Because for a lot of people just clicking in here, all they think is this is just a whole bunch of dudes on the internet who happen to be black.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
It's so much deeper than that.
I think we should.
That makes sense.
I think we should let them think so. You know why? Because if you don't, you become a target. Why they think it's just niggas? And a lot of niggas just talking shit on the internet, hating women. As long as they believe that, they don't know. They will never see it coming.
Yep. And it'll just spread.
If you codify it, they'll come with it.
You got some Asian chick saying she's going to submit to some black guy.
Yeah.
And you wonder where the hell that came from.
Yeah. Jeezy's girl. Yeah. Jeezy's, yep. And you know that.
Y'all should have seen the look on Lonnie's. Y'all should have seen the look on Lonnie's face, man.
Oh,
like,
gosh, we're talking about
face the whole time.
Refrigerator.
Oh yeah. But the thing is, we've broken it down: what they do, why they do it, where it came from, and why it continues to perpetuate. We've given sound from people in the 50s, 60s, and 70s saying the exact same thing that they're saying right now. There's nothing new. And we've been beating them up with books, articles, and information. That's the difference between 1.0 and 2.0. We didn't just bring talking points. We actually brought information and documented that shit. We start beating these chicks in the head with it. I know I chased people off the platform with the Daughters of the Trade. Man, I brought that shit out. They read that shit. They couldn't refute it. She left.
I mean, the thing with them is because look now I agree with you, BGS. We have kicked their asses 6 ways from Sunday, but they refuse to die.
let me ask you this question though, Valdez.
What's up?
Do you not see the Confederate flag still flying in North Carolina?
Exactly.
I
mean, even after like World War II, there was still skirmishes throughout.
So in other words, they refuse to die. But the thing is that you have redefined the war, duly noted. I will rethink my position.
See, I don't. Here's my thing. This is what I don't want. I don't want guys to let their guard down.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Which is why I was saying that.
I don't think they will.
No.
Well, this is why I'm saying.
When you see even like the tone and like the responses of men, like when on occasion you'll have some uninitiated brothers who enter the environment and they're sort of quickly devoured. There's almost like no tolerance at all now. When they actually come up on a panel or whatever, there is no real defense now for their gynocratic talking points, and they're sort of quickly shot down. Whereas before, there was more of a dialogue, and there was actually some belief that what they were saying makes sense. Now it's clear what they're saying doesn't make sense, and most people who have been in this environment for any appreciable period of time know that it doesn't make any sense.
But they're gonna come to my channel. That's what's gonna happen.
And then they get shot down there.
I'm serious. They're gonna come to my channel because when I do my content, I've already been doing it without cursing. I don't yell at the women and all that type of stuff. So a lot of people gonna come to me thinking stuff is sweet. He's more of a pushover. Even women gonna do this because of the demeanor I do on air. But I ain't gonna let none of it stand there. I'm just gonna kill him in a different way. So they're gonna come. I already know they're coming.
So basically, so basically, what you're saying, BGS, in a nutshell, is that the women are still waving the gynocracy flag, but there's no strength behind
There's
it.
no strength, but we're cutting them off
Yeah,
at the knees because, like I said, when have you ever heard a black male agenda in politics ever? It's always been about black people, right?
I've never heard
This
that.
is the first time, and that's a direct result of this space.
And this is the
That's the
result of
impact.
this is what we're talking about when we say follow through. I mean, it's like what was it, Law 12 of the 48 Laws of Power? Crush your
Yes,
enemy
sir.
completely.
Yeah.
I had a
So-
50-some-year-old cousin ask me a month or so ago, "What's SYSBM?" Female cousin, out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, it surprised me. Like, what is she listening at?
If you just don't mind, I'm gonna jump in real quick. Shout out to BGS, man. I appreciate you. Now, this is what I've learned since I've been listening, and you both know BGS. I found you first in 2015. AM, I'm following the short with this media thing because I know you right. I don't think it any longer, but I said I'd like to say this. AM, that's Angry Man to you uninitiated. I did not know, bro, you went all the way back to Ram them. So the reason I came on is I am on the other side of the state of North Carolina. This week, I made some investments that are going to come my way. The story going to have to be told, and to hell with, fuck live stream talk AM. It's time for a documentary. If you are founders like I know you are, let's go ahead and put it on wax.
Yeah.
Treat me as Napoleon Hill, right? Think and go rich. I'll pay for my way to get the hell around. You tell me where to go. With my editing skills and the way you do your graphics in your show, they can't stop you. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to have to jump off because I'm editing my content. Well, after, your rebuttals and all that. But AM, you remember that song by Goody Mob? Think it is, but it ain't all peaches and cream. Face down in the mainstream.
Yeah.
They're taking us mainstream. We got to go now. Go ahead and be the shark. I'm in there to do what I do with the filmmaking. Be the shark. You're going to have to take us mainstream, dog.
That's a hell of a that's a hell of a damn that's a hell
proposition proposal.
Yeah. Like I don't mind, like I'm down with doing a documentary, man. That like I've heard you mention it before. Like I'm down to do a documentary, man. It is what it is.
Well, you know the story and what until Nameless, and you see he and I kind of been equating this to Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
And I just came in and took the red pill. I don't know where to start. I don't know what the history of the sector, and history is very important, whether it's a football team or whatever. And you're a scholar, you know that. So these live stream, the algorithm has been stolen. That was Order 66. The best live stream got hate. I'm at the panels, they got hate, a bunch of snapping at women, battles that no point we fought a long time ago when I first came in 2 years ago. Let's put it on wax. They killed your channel that time, but they would know these things, AM. So between short films, masculine mercenary films, do that. Go ahead and LLC it. Masculine mercenary films. You can always get me to shoot one of your films you write or some stuff that I got that's red pill and go ahead and change them. You got to go mainstream. You the shark. You're the only one that can take us mainstream the right way.
Uh-huh.
I mean, he makes a good point, Angry Man, and there's new content creators coming in. We gonna keep the mantle going, period, bro. You've been doing it long enough, because I know, like, the first time I kind of seen you when you came around my show a little bit, I remembered you from way back in the day. I ain't know where you had disappeared to, but now I get it because I know your channel been tagged and all that different type of stuff. But you are out there where you can do stuff that other people can't. It's gonna be plenty of us to hold the fort down while you do what you do. So just go do what you do, bro. We got you.
Go on that expeditionary mission, Angry Man. Go ahead. We got this.
Absorb and deflect, bro.
Go ahead.
What we're talking about.
I got you, AM. You know one gonna do his thing. You know Grinch gonna come on and do his thing. You know Kendrick doing her thing. You see me trying to change it up with the films. You gotta go get it sharp. You got the show where you can bring on special guests and treat your shit like Arsenio. And let's go, man.
Word.
You know we got you, family. Anything any of y'all need, we're here. Just let us know. We just need the word. We got you.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that I'm even doing that list, Angry Man, is so we can have people have a directive where they really should be going to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to continue to turn it into BGS. I'm going to try to get him something once a month. And my thing is, even if we get something wrong, we want y'all, if y'all feel y'all need to trim it or whatever the case is, take something off or whatever the case is, do what you feel you have to do. Because at the end of the day, we're men. We're going to come across in some kind of order. Eventually, there's going to be some type of governing body. We're going to have a more central message. Plus, we're going to have different people who deal with different things. Because we got people that you know what I'm saying, participate in the manosphere. They deal with cryptocurrency. We got people who deal with refurbishing homes. We got people who deal with all kinds of different things. The same thing I heard you talking about either earlier today or maybe it was yesterday about so many things that we could be covering. All that's going to end up coming together, brother. And some of us newer cats in here, we're going to voluntarily take some of our time and do some of the things that need to be done so it can come together as a whole. Because that's what we about. We didn't show up to do nothing.
Yeah. Well, see,
Facts. Right.
Exactly.
Well, that's really what the in my personal opinion, when I saw how everything was growing, you know, you had a lot of us that were talking about things from very different standpoints. And as it kept expanding, that's what I thought. I'm pretty sure that's what BGS thought would happen as well. Is we end up having these groups, these sort of groups in this sector where you have some people talking about geopolitics, you have some people talking about entrepreneurship, you have people talking about, you know, but the problem is a lot of guys in this space have great content, but they get overshadowed by other goofy stuff. So you don't really see the guys like the Code Breakers or, you know, the Black Brain Trust, or you know, a lot of these guys, they don't really get promotion like good.
Let me interject real quick, Angry Man. All due respect. Let me interject. As I'm doing this list, because I thought of this either yesterday or earlier today, you know what I'm saying? And it y'all can kind of help direct it if you want, because my thing is we should have like a featured channel per month. Because if I'm gonna work on the list and try to turn one in to BGS every month, and I know some people ain't gonna take it serious, but once he drops the second one, the third one, the fourth one, people gonna start taking it serious, and we can start picking out the featured channel for the month. And I'm actually want to do a book list too.
Oh, they take it seriously, because as soon as I dropped it, that's why you got a lot of the hate and a lot of responses, because they do take it seriously. If I drop it, they take it seriously. Or Valdez drops it, they take it seriously.
Exactly.
And I'll give you
a third or fourth one.
I'll give you an example. That one video that you featured for me, BGS, when I talked about the hikikomori.
Yes.
That one video got me over 1,000 views.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just one gave me 1,000 views. And that's all it takes. Like something tiny like that has such a rippling effect for my channel.
Well, you got to realize the this is so funny. The reason that you had the first little explosion of the manosphere was behind the list.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
It wasn't even the list we put out. It was the list that the chicks put out, calling themselves trying to make a hit list. So you had guys connect with each other that didn't know about each other's channels and stuff. You had a lot of audience.
Oh, they don't like you neither. They don't like me.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, yo, did you make the list?
Well, that's exactly why I came up with
we were doing that, weren't we?
Yeah.
And that's exactly why I came up with the list, because my whole thing was that outsiders who want to tear down the manosphere shouldn't be trying to define who the manosphere is. We should be defining that for ourselves. So my thing is, this is just a way to start taking control of our own narrative. And, you know, like, and I didn't put the code breakers on. I was kind of salty I left the code breakers off there. But my thing is like, okay, but we got to do something to really show a light to different people. That's why you do a featured channel of the month. You see what I'm saying? But so the list is going to get a little bit better every time I do it, basically.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to do a lot more. I'm trying to get, I mean, this might be a little selfish. I'm trying to get my PhDs established. I got one more that I'm trying to, this is just between us. I know people are actually gonna listen. I got one more I got to do. That's Dr. Neil. And once I get him established, I'll start doing more and more with smaller channels. But I'm trying to get because these guys will actually start changing policy. In fact, they already started changing policy
because they're professors.
I'm trying to get them established.
Not only that, BGS, let me tell you, and I'm gonna be receipts for you and AM, Angry Man to the uninitiated. Check it out. Angry Man on the show, he had about 500, maybe 600 in that night. Threw up Walt Diddy show and said, go subscribe. At that time, Angry Man, I only had about 300 subs. I got about 250 off that reference.
Did you?
BGS has shared my new series I'm bringing to the Manosphere, All About a Dollar. That video is trending.
That was funny as hell, man. I said, y'all have to go see this. That was funny, man. I said I laughed my ass off. I said, and he was so smooth with it, and the way it was shot was so cool, man. I said, this is funny as hell.
Yeah, we got about 10 of those, and the reason I mention that is your voices, your Yoda and Obi-Wan, right? The ghost is Yoda because he come around there once in a while. But Obi-Wan, which is you, Angry Man, you around us every day, and you got pad ones. So me and Nameless and Sanddog, thanks, all roads either go back to BGS or Angry Man. Sanddog has linked with me and kind of mentoring me via Green Gorilla Show. Who Green Gorilla shout out Walt Diddy. You see how this working? So you break records, AM. Your show break the new Manosphere team. So the fuck what they doing? You got pad ones. You learning one right now.
Yeah, because the things like when Valdez actually mentioned the executive order that Trump put out repealing a lot of these affirmative action shit that white women actually taking advantage of, and he's asked for somebody to actually break it down. Green Gorilla actually broke it down the very next day.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that is a great video.
Oh man, he broke that shit down to the fraction, bro, as you say.
See it. I gotta
I'm sorry.
I gotta check it out. My bad, but I gotta go check that out because I didn't even see it yet.
Oh, and he did it from the side of where it actually works at, because a lot of the chicks that get these kind of grants and shit like that from affirmative action. Oh man, he went in. He was like you with a PhD, man. You know, he went in. I said, who am I actually listening to, Valdez or Green Gorilla? Because he went in.
You know what, BGS? I'm not even gonna tell you no lie, man. Sometimes when I'm talking, sometimes I feel like I'm screaming into the ether. So I don't recognize.
You're not. We're all listening.
You're being heard, bro.
Not only that, you have no clue how much influence, like a lot of the things that we're all able to do, BGS included, again, stemming from that aura of effect you bring to the table. Don't downplay it. And when I say downplay, I don't mean like in some kind of disrespectful sense. Don't think you're alone, because you definitely aren't, and you are definitely noted, and it's definitely constructive.
And basically, the rabble are cool if you can get enough numbers for the rabble to actually follow you. That's fine. But the thing is, the people that matter are the people that are listening to you, and that's the thing you need to focus on.
Yeah, you know what? If I could, one of the things that go ahead.
No,
one of the things. Go ahead.
I realize that cats do be listening, but sometimes, like, I ain't gonna lie, I do feel like I'm yelling in the ether because I do want. There are some things that I can break down in a certain way, but I know guys like Dr. Tiasan Johnson, Gorilla, Dr. Oh my God, that video you posted, BGS with Dr. Neil.
Yeah.
God.
Hey, what do you think about me putting a G thing underneath him like that? What do you think?
You ain't shit for that. I thought he did that.
No, I did that.
You ain't wrong for it though. You did what you're supposed to do, BGS.
And I was thinking this is what I was thinking to myself when he was breaking it down. I was like, yo, it would take me, because I'm not that concise.
Yeah.
It would take me a live stream to do what he did. He condensed it.
Yeah.
Like
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Just unmitigated ether.
You know, truthfully, fellas, one of the go ahead.
Hold on a second. And believe it or not, Valdez, he's been following you for 5 years.
Has he?
Yes.
Wow.
You just don't know about it. You just don't know about it.
You know what? Yeah. The day that I went over to Dr. Johnson's show that day, and all of the guys was up there. Like, I was humbled to be up there, but I had no idea that Dr. Neil had been watching my show.
Oh yeah, for years, man. Yeah,
Angry Man, you are the formula so many of them are following, because you have to remember they're stuck in academia where they're ground zero with intersectionalism, literally being hit on all angles, dealing
every
with that
day.
education. And their ability to show up here gives us a level of credibility that we have literally never had since the Harlem Renaissance.
Oh yeah.
Woo!
Yo.
That's a century. Woo!
That's why I did that Sacred Space video, man.
To touch on that, BGS, one of the reasons I even came into this space was I didn't come for the beef. I came to listen and learn. And then as I watched some of the panels, and I watched how, and this is to your point, Angry Man, how the brothers actually were able to check each other.
Yeah.
In this space. Got to be able to check each other, because that's accountability. That's the stuff that we want in our culture.
Yeah, Valdez just checked me. So
I love it. I love it, man. And the discourse that we have here is productive.
Yeah.
There's no other place on earth that you can get this. So
yeah.
Because
when it's emanating outwards, go ahead.
When you get feminine energy clashing with feminine energy, what's left is the disaster of a hurricane. When you get steel crossing steel, it gets sharper. Like, look at what has happened over the course of an hour and a half.
Yeah.
I don't even have words. All I can say is I'm thankful for this.
Yep.
And I'm inspired. Everybody on this panel's inspired. We already were, but this is just, throwing gasoline on it. Like, we got it to spare. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't wait to get to recording after this.
Well, what I was saying earlier is Bill Burr actually did a stand-up where he called white women out. I think it was last night last night, where he called white women out and essentially said exactly what we're saying. Is like, you rolled around in the blood money. You rolled around in the blood money, and now you're trying to play. You skipped over all these people of color that's actually going through something. Right, and when y'all get a chance, check that out. Well, Bill Burr straight up called white women out last night. He called them out on a stand-up last night.
Was it on Netflix? What was it on?
No, it was on Saturday Night Live, and now it's on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, it's gonna be it's gonna be on my channel in a hot second.
Yeah, he called them out like soon.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm still shocked at this.
What's that?
I am still surprised at how many PhD brothers we have in here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Like the ones and I'm talking about the ones that are content creators.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I am still surprised that, what is it? How many is it? Like 6? Is it like 5 or 6?
Yeah, about 6. Yeah.
About 6.
Right. Yeah.
That's, oh my God. Like, these chicks have never had like they've been talking for a minute, but they've never had a bunch of PhD women solidifying what they are saying.
No.
So, let me piggyback on that. So
they have entertainers though, Angry Man.
Let's weaponize that. You got the history of the manosphere. You got the receipts. You got PhDs that follow you. So Walt Diddy can get in the car once you get it together in your mind, because I just planted that seed in there.
Okay.
And you put history with education, they can't dispute it. That's how Me Too, when they got all that money. That's what I mean by going to the mainstream first. Take us to the mainstream that way. And you got 2 shows. If I was your producer right now, I say, you got 2 popular shows, 500-600 strong, daytime at night. Your nighttime show, is your flagship show. But that daytime show, you can talk to those same PhDs and everybody else, man. And they're still going to come, because we're still going to get that same Angry Man, but you bring in a lot more outside the receipts to confirm what you've been saying from day one. And Walt Diddy is done with that. I'm going to do some editing. BGS, thank you. Nameless, I'll talk to you soon.
All right, peace, family.
I'm looking for another
night, man.
of those about $1 pieces, man.
Oh, he dropping them all. Listen, BGS, he done went to the church and done saved this man.
Hey, Walt Diddy, what's the name of your movie, man?
Justice Through Redemption. I'm editing it now. Believe it or not, maybe BGS can help me real quick. BGS, I had a computer, nice computer, the NVIDIA drive, a hard drive, graphics card you mentioned, but it keeps powering down on me, man. I'm in the middle of editing my movie. It just powered down. Is that something major?
No. Did you have a Windows update lately?
No, I have not.
Okay. And sometimes it's what kind of video card are you using?
It's the. Am I saying it right? In the video, like 1660.
Okay, NVIDIA 1660. Try updating your drivers. What chip are you using? Are you using an AMD chip or an Intel chip?
Intel.
Shouldn't be that big a deal. No, only thing I can say is check your power supply. It shouldn't power down.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now, and I appreciate y'all, and thank you, BGS, Nameless, all of y'all. Shout out to you, Master Mercenaries forever, baby.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bro. Angry Man, I want to say this too, is that the words that you speak are emanating outward. Like that's what BGS and Nameless have been saying all night, right? And I want to say it also, I want to reiterate it also, is that what you're saying is emanating outward. And like BGS said, if we could get the Tommy Currys of the world, right, which is like God level, right? If we could get the Green Gorillas of the world and the professors of the world speaking, but in a obviously not using profanity in a very very intellectual way, and they're kind of pushing back a lot of these talking points that we've seen come out of the academy over the past 40 years. We're actually in a place right now where I think there's gonna be some real positive movement over the next couple of decades, because we've hit the floor. In my mind, black men have hit the floor when it comes to a lot of the negative rhetoric that we've been getting for the past 40 years through entertainment, through academia, and the Tommy Currys of the world are in a perfect position to push back and to show that these people never really had good talking points. It was very entertainment based. It was actually very anecdotal. A lot of the things that they were trying to make educated talking points. And now we actually have numbers to push back. We have history to push back. And actually we have the complete dismantling of black men over the past 40 years, right? So there's nowhere to go from here except up. And you're helping with that.
The thing is that I think the Black Manosphere is where MGTOW was 5 years ago.
Yeah, being a follower prior,
before it actually went mainstream and blew up.
I would say so.
Yeah.
Well, BGS can probably confirm this, but just so it's clear, a lot of the PhDs didn't even think people wanted to hear them like that here.
Mm-hmm.
And so many of them were inspired by hearing the cosign from you and BGS, that's the whole reason why they're here. What I'm saying is it wouldn't be nothing for the overwhelming majority of them to sit down and link up with you probably on a regular basis and just collab.
Yeah.
And really it's not that you need to validate it, but it makes an echoing precedence. Like it enters into a different sphere, a different league. Like you go from the freaking Cell Saga to the Boo Saga just by having the PhD up there. And a lot of times the problems that you run into are scalar. It's not that you can't scrap. It's just that the scale that you're dealing with is so high and they're stepping to you organized that it makes it difficult. And the fact that you're still holding up to that is just insane. None of them got PhDs back in the crap that they're saying. But what happens when you show up with some?
And
you've gone from addition to multiplication. Go ahead, BGS. My bad.
Yeah, so basically that's what's happening. So if the Valdez to come up with something, with an idea, with a talking point, and the women to come and say, other people come and say, he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He ain't got nothing back him. We have 3 PhDs come and say the exact same thing. Now what?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think they care, because I've been in rooms and spaces where, excuse my language, but women will straight up tell you, fuck your facts, fuck your statistics, right? Because you'll drop the book of Tommy Curry on them.
Basically, they can say fuck your facts, but they can't say it to their teachers. They can't come out. They won't come out in public and say that.
Yeah, well, see, the thing about the beautiful thing about academia that I will acknowledge is that when you have them raising these talking points, and then you go and you bring a counter talking point, And you know, it's kind of like putting them in a trick bag, because they look at you and they say, oh, well, you don't have a PhD, or you're not this or that, you don't know what you're talking about. Then when the PhD comes behind you, they can say fuck your facts, but it just adds to the fuel of discrediting their point.
Yeah, legitimizes yours. That's correct.
That's what I wanted you to see, fam. Whoever just said that.
I did. Mr. Z. Mr. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you got a different name. I thought you sounded like him, Mr. Z.
Yeah, it's Mr. Z. I know it's
my-
Black in Effect, but it's Mr. Z.
I can tell you for a fact when feminists hear Tommy Curry's name, they get the hives, man. They run.
They really do.
They do.
Like, if you understand how groundbreaking that book was to legitimizing the things that were talked about in the sphere, like that book could be a course in and of itself to get a doctrine on.
Man, let me tell you something. Dr. Curry is my spirit animal.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
You was having a discussion with Dr. Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Man, that's the wolf spirit right there. Him and Johnson are like, that's the tag team for real right there.
Yeah.
There was one concept that I have had sitting in my head forever. And the concept was frustrating me because I could not figure out the best way to articulate it. Right? And Tom Curry was up there talking about it. And this is a concept I've been thinking about for a minute. It had to do with basically how Black women have put us in the trick bag and tried to basically commandeer our struggle while simultaneously attaching themselves to intersectionalism and feminism and I was looking at it. BJS, you know how sometimes you have a concept in your head but you can't articulate it?
Yeah.
He articulated it perfectly. And I was listening to him and I was like, holy shit, he just articulated the very thing that was frustrating me. If I were to get into an argument with a chick that's, you know, that took gender studies or whatever, you kind of get to that point where you're in an impasse. But the way he broke it down, like it would shut them up. It would obliterate what they're saying. And I'm just sitting there listening like, holy shit, man, this dude, he's freaking awesome, man.
The only fear I have now is that what we're getting to, so we're starting to swarm and take over the space of actual data, stuff you could actually look up, numbers, research, right? So I think now the thing is to go to things you can't quantify. So colorism is the talking point for the past 2-3 years, right? Because you can't actually quantify that. You know, so that's the place I think a lot of sisters are moving to, where it's like, well, you're the white racist of Black people because you practice colorism, and it's like, but how do you even quantify that? How do you
the problem
that
is the problem
ahead,
is that ultimately ends up to the point in the technique where it needs to be grounded, otherwise it loses power. And that's why when we command the statistics, there's no follow through for that. So it's the difference between someone slashing and then someone cutting someone down. We have a mission here, which is to achieve our objective and finish the fight. Some of them are interested in just striking and hitting things for the sake of it, to say that they connected and miss the whole point of it all. That's what that emotionalism does when they bring in non or what's the word I'm looking for? Non
quantifiable.
This is another word I'm looking for, but you know what I'm talking about. And that's why having the data is important. Like, even when we were talking about those other groups of women earlier that were trying to make these points, the data already disqualifies the premise of what they're saying off the jump, which identifies what they're trying to say is them expressing how they feel rather than what they know. And when you're in the position of trying to actually solve problems, that's irrelevant. You've got to go on the data. And that's why we need to get a hold of that first, and why 2.0 was so critical in giving us a platform to do that, and why Tommy Curry's book is such a great manual to use as essentially a a vaccine to fend against a lot of the crap that we had to grow up dealing with.
Yeah, and then on the other end, the generals come in, which I call the PhDs, and they look behind and says, "God damn it, I got an army now."
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not ready for that, but like I said, in Nameless, the word was perfect, the emotionalism, right? And we're kind of put in this weird space because you don't want to go down the trope of women are just emotions and they don't use facts or whatever. But in this space, there are now where I will push back. There are I would say there might be a couple of Black women in academia that do actually agree with the crystalline charisms and stuff like that. Although I don't think they would put their name up there the way that Professor Tommy Curry would for us.
And they're actually using bullshit arguments as to do that. That's why Valdez was saying he articulated it.
Mm-hmm.
He articulated the concept.
Well, hell, even when you look at, again, the resources distributed out through the space, like when we talk about how intersectionalism is the core between so much of that, Valdez did a live stream talking about the chick that was one of the main pivots that introduced those ideas into Black media. And so when you look at these people parroting these same things and you identify where the source material is, and you debunk the source material, you debunk the freaking media at the same movement.
Yeah.
And their scholars to validate it.
What sucks about that is that what intersectionality did was put Black men and white women on the same level, right? Because they're women and we're Black, so we only have one strike against us, and it put like this nebulous like Black lesbian dark-skinned woman on the very bottom, which gives her a certain level of social power that she might not have otherwise had. And trust me, for all of you that have not been in college spaces or been in some of these intellectual spaces, when you get into a debate or argument with a dark-skinned sister about oppression and about, just what's going on in the Black community, she has this certain level of moral authority, this aura of moral authority, because in her mind, what can you tell her? You're not a woman, you're not lesbian, you're not this, you're not that. Go ahead.
You know what cuts that in half instantly? And this is the first form. The first form of destroying intersectionalism is using the techniques provided for you by social dominance theory. And it cleaves it instantly when you produce the subordinate male dynamic, also brought up in Tommy Curry's book, The Man Not. So we've got so many resources in this space that automatically shut that down before it can even manifest in the world. It's done. It's just
they look like deer in headlights.
That's what I'm saying. It's a matter of getting this information out. And this is what this conversation, we talked about that earlier. So, it's the advantage of having the PhDs in the sphere and a group of people like BGS was saying that can provide the groundwork to make that happen so that our generals can do the good work. And we on the front lines can do what we need to do without them constantly having to be on the field. Because the longer they're in the field, it's like it diverts attention from other scalar things that you could be doing. You know what I'm saying? The reason why you don't have scientists on the front line.
But here's the thing: in a conversation like that, a dark-skinned chick that's a lesbian. If she was to start talking to you about all of that intersectional bullcrap, right? If you was to say to her, "Hold on 1 second," and then you came back and set Dr. Curry in front of her and let him talk for 5 minutes. Have you ever seen when somebody blows a dog whistle and the dog just gets disoriented and just gets up and walks away? That is literally what would happen. Like he would decimate any intersectional argument because he has the ability to articulate how the very thing that I've been frustrated about for a very long time, which is how women and the LBGT and all of these different groups have basically commandeered the Black man's plight and struggle.
Yeah.
You feel
that was the pivotal part of the book for me, particularly.
Not only Tommy Curry would give them hell It'll be like going into an exorcist and saying incantations. Get burned.
Sprinkling holy water on them.
Yeah, holy truth, strag truth. You know, they start melting. I mean,
and this is the other thing that is beautiful about it that I've known about him.
Mm-hmm.
He can do it in a way where there is no possible way they could ever say that he's female bashing.
Yes, that's the beauty. That's the beautiful part. I love that shit.
Because I'm listening to him and I'm like, holy shit, like this dude is dangerous. I don't even realize
it's his tone, it's his delivery, it's his, like you said, the lack of profanity.
And his wealth of knowledge, because he studied feminism inside and out, man. That's all he does, nothing but read and regurgitate, man, and write. And basically, he's like a grand master of this shit, of this stuff. So when he comes on, feminists just run because they don't read.
And he exposes the historical wholesale lack of scholarship throughout the entire history of the phenomenon of feminism, almost from its very origins, all throughout first wave feminism, second wave feminism. He exposes all of the lies, all the fallacies, all of the lies by omissions. They have no defense for him.
But like don't underestimate about the black macho. That's right.
Don't underestimate the space that we're speaking of right now. Don't underestimate their ability to fall back on personal experiences and lived experiences, because that's some of the pushback I would get online was when you start going to this place with them and just dropping all the book right.
You got to make them show. You have to make them show their data. I can't go by.
But that's the thing. They'll be like, once again, fuck your facts. What about my lived experience? What about this? What about that? All anecdotes.
The same thing I said. Well, does your lived experience and your anecdotes actually represent 22 million adult black women? Go.
Yeah. I mean, how is it scholarship for you to be asserting a theory based entirely upon your alleged lived experices? Right. So you have to expose just how deficient they're being.
The video with us and Tommy on the stream, I'm actually going to drop it into the link into the chat so you guys can go check it out. It's a classic, right? Classic, classic stream. Got you have 5 PhDs. I'm gonna put Angry Man and give him his title and me. Okay.
But that's somebody that I would.
That was an awesome show, though.
It was classic. Yeah.
And once again, the beauty of being in these spaces, and I've said it to BGS from the first time I ever called in, maybe a year or two ago, is that I like being around brothers that it's not just railing against sisters, because most of us, we dating black women, we're married to black women. We have, like, this is not a anti-black woman space, but it is saying like we do have our own particular struggles as black men that have been overlooked, especially over the past 40, 50 years. And we do need specific things to get us up and going. And once again, when Barack Obama put out that My Brother's Keeper, as weak as it was, the pushback, and I remember hearing about the pushback, and I just think that a lot of people were like, wow, they can't believe that you have black women calling into the White House, like, what are y'all doing? Right? And it just showed how bad the gender warring had gotten, where even the White House can see it. Right? So,
well, the biggest misconception about the manosphere, which is the same misconception in mainstream media when you first had the emergence of men's rights activists, feminists automatically assumed, or they tried to push the narrative that men's rights activists were anti-woman, which is utterly ridiculous. It was basically them saying that, oh, well, what do you mean men's rights? It was almost like they didn't think men should have rights, but they
thought we had them already.
Yeah, well, see, they were trying to come at it from the standpoint of that men were privileged, the patriarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
But the moment that we created this space, the biggest misconception is that the space was anti-women. There are even guys that came into this space that thought this was anti-women.
Hey, AM, they are here today talking about what we're doing is hate speech already.
Yeah,
With that crap. So, you know.
Of course.
But what does that even mean?
The
Hate
mistake
speech?
most men make with women is we actually expect them to fight fair. We actually believe that. And that's because typically when men interact with men, there usually are some rules. You know, whether it's sports, whether it's street, whether, you know, academics or whatever, usually we play by some general set of rules and outline in terms of decorum, in terms of what's right or fair or balanced. And very often when we interact with women, we go in with a similar sort of disposition. They don't have that. They don't think that. They go into their interaction with you to win.
Well,
and they believe it's fair for them to use whatever tool is made available to them to win. That's why they can conveniently lie or can conveniently see things a certain way that gives them an advantage when they interact with you. That's how they can propose anecdotal evidence against any number of studies you might present in opposite of that. Because in the end, they're trying to win.
Well, in all fairness, and this is why I always point out that guys have to understand female nature. That way, you don't get ran over by it. They've always been at a disadvantage evolutionarily. They've always been the weaker of the two sexes. So of course they have to be manipulative. They have to use whatever's available to them to get an advantage to win. But see, in the past, we understood that. So men were very careful about when it came to dealing with them. But we've gotten to this point where, you know, like BGS talks about, we've been socialized to believe in the whole concept of equality, and that we're the same. You know, we're all the same, and we're not the same. You know, we look at it, really, to be truthfully honest, the same way they look at us as having an advantage. So they're gonna do everything in their power. We look at them as having a disadvantage. In fact, if you look at the movie, I think it was the first Deadpool, the perfect illustration of that, when Colossus is fighting the chick.
Oh yeah.
And her boob pops out. And then he stops to let her put her boob back in. Oh, you're such a gentleman. And then she promptly punches him in his nuts. That is the best illustration of modern day feminism versus dudes that I've ever seen.
That is a perfect example. That was
at
genius.
The base, that's what this space is for, bro. Because with those young people or even older guys that come into this space that don't understand and comprehend that dynamic, this is where Angry Man provides value. This is where BGS provides value. This is where everybody provides value for them, because they don't know the game. They're still plugged in.
But even on something that's more realistic, is what did we find out? BLM put out that memo that essentially said, hey, these men that's coming in these spaces, we need to hush them up. We need to push these people in the forefront and push these people back, right? That's in a BLM memo. That's like real life, real shit. Essentially what they're saying is screw their struggle. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I hope they spell our names right.
Right. But it's screw their struggle, right? We'll use George Floyd's death as the fuel for our movement. But when somebody like a George Floyd that's still alive enters our space, we push him and his concerns back, and then we push the LGBTQ sister with the nose ring and the purple hair. We push her to the forefront because we need to have her speak.
And
right?
That's how come when we do, you know, that's how come on our New Styles channel, I actually reintroduced the funding behind BLM. which was Soros, right?
And the key players too that
And
write
it, and, it,
politics.
and it can keep players in politics, right? It makes them shift their stance. So it said, okay, we look bad because everything they're saying about BLM is true, and we don't want to look like we're taking advantage of black male deaths actually for a political agenda. Guess what we need to do? We need to put them out front. We need to finance their organization. We need to do more for black men, and that's the way it gets started. So now it's called jujitsu, right? Or judo, using your opponent's force against them. That's all we did. Yep. Okay.
See, it's interesting how. Oh, my bad, family. Go ahead, cause Sandog trying to get in.
And just to say this, BGS, about the comment where you said you hope they spell your name right. You, sir, are not shit.
hey, you know, this is what Mama said when I was born, so.
But are any of us, I mean, look at what we're doing. We're really, I'm going back to what Nameless said, right? Do we understand how heavy what we're doing is? We are in the forefront of a complete social change. That, like, this is some big shit that we're doing.
Hey,
like, real talk.
I'll never be able to get a job in corporate America again. So
they might, you know what though, BG? I mean, Angry Man, they might offer you something.
Valdez, do you need one?
You just might.
You said what?
Do you need one?
Hell no.
Right. Sandog trying to get in. Sandog trying to get in.
Yeah, man. I mean, shout out to the panel. Shout out Master Teacher. You know what I'm saying? Shout out Angry Man, aka Obi-Wan. It's me and the Nameless and Walt Diddy call you.
Or Val Bundy, which I'm gonna call him from now on.
You know what I'm saying? And Art Dussault, man. Root to the Q's, man.
Roo, dog.
You know what I'm saying? Angry Man, like you, I grew up, I'm from Brooklyn, and I grew up in New York City during the Gen X era.
Word.
You'll say I'm from the projects of East New York and the projects of Bed-Stuy.
Okay.
And real talk, man, blessings to you. When Yoda took a brief hiatus, man, I saw you come in the sector, man, and hold it up like Atlas. You know what I'm saying? And it was legit, man. And a lot of times, man, I want to right now I'm on your Patreon, right? I'm a up the juice on it, but over here I can't get into the Cash Apps because it's not available here.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? So we can't. So it's not available for me to join your channel or jump into the Cash App. But I wanted to say what was real legit about what you're spitting, right? Is that for me, when I went into the Army, that's also around the time I became Republican, right? Because, again, for those of us that have an entrepreneurial spirit or a mindset, to include the fact that, again, even back then, more or less, things that black men would be interested in were in the party, but it was just not publicized through the media. The internet was what it is back then. And when you guys talk about like the gynocracy and everything else, one of the things that I find very interesting is how the DA on Breonna Taylor's case is a sellout, but Kamala Harris isn't.
Oh,
because wouldn't they be technically the same thing, right? It can't be, like I said, it can't be one thing or the other. So if I were, because right now I'm just doing the research on this dude's record, and I'm gonna. And if it pans out to be what it is in terms of what their records are, I'm going to put them side to side on my civilian Facebook page. And I'm going to ask people, what's the difference, right? How come this guy's a sellout, but this lady isn't?
Because Kamala's a black woman in the Democratic Party, and she's been anointed by the powers that be. That's why.
Well, see, you know what?
She's on the right side of the political spectrum.
Here's the interesting thing about the whole Republican Democrat thing. Like, so last night I had this conversation with Platinum, and he said something that was really important, and I get what he was saying. He said, look, I really don't care to a certain degree about this because He said Joe Biden and Donald Trump have more in common with each other than they do with me.
Yeah, true.
True statement. But like I told him, I said, I get where you're coming from, and everybody should know I get where you're coming from. I'm a street dude. I don't think that Donald Trump has anything in common with me or Joe Biden. But we're in an interesting dichotomy as black men, because on the one hand, we're black, but on the other hand, we're also men. So what happens is when we look at the parties and we look at one party that's leaning more towards women and kowtowing to them, and then you're looking at another party that's leaning more towards the men and kowtowing to the men, you want to lean towards the party that's kowtowing to the men. The only messed up part about it is, does that party also, because in most cases they're going to be for white men, does that party also have an agenda for black men?
Nope. And there goes the black conservative conundrum, right?
Yeah. So
that's where you have to find that subset of interest that overlaps between you and the white men, and you got to make sure that that subset is important enough to both sides, such that whatever else comes with that will make it worthwhile. Because there definitely will be some pro-white shit that comes with, the Trump.
But what you got to remember is this. So, for example, in the military, when you're attacking a defense, right? So when you have tanks and you're attacking the defense, there'll be obstacles, right? So the first thing that you encounter when you see an obstacle is not necessarily to breach it, but to seek bypass, right? And if you can seek bypass, then you can establish what is a point of penetration, right? If you so now what you're looking at, to Angry Man's point, right? What happens is that we have to stop being emotional. We need to understand that we live in a world where perfect allies do not exist.
Facts.
Right? Yeah. And so what happens is that when you look at everything that Angry Man is...
Sandog, you need to write this shit down, man.
Yeah, that part too.
You need to write this shit down. I'm serious, man. You need to write this shit down.
This is good.
Go ahead, man. You need to write this shit down, though.
I'm calling it a night, you guys. All right, I'm working a little bit. All right, y'all.
No problem, Master.
Peace.
All right, brother. Peace.
Take care, bro.
So what?
Night.
What Angry Man is saying is that you now have a point of penetration, and so when you have that point of penetration, also in finance we have this, right? You're going to exploit that opportunity. So what you have to remember is that between African American men and Native American men, white men have a history of going back on their word.
Yeah.
Right. So this is, like I said, so this is we acknowledge this history. So what happens is that in this go round, in the words of the Jay-Z album, "Fuck you, pay me." Right. Yeah. So whatever it is that you want out of me, you're giving it to me up front before I do anything. Right. And so now what you're looking at is that you guys now have similar agendas, but you have to respect the fact that you have your agenda, right? And then if somebody jumps out of line, so for example, when you watch that old Shaka Zulu movie, when those white men came to that island, Shaka Zulu's general wanted to kill him. Right. Yeah. And Shaka Zulu looked at those, and I guess he was curious and he played around with them and everything else. And then look at South Africa today, where if he would just simply let his general do his thing, the instant they jump ship, they wouldn't have these problems now. And so what happens is, to Angry Man's credit, you're looking at the Platinum Plan. You're looking at the fact that black men are actually being discussed. You need to take that as an opportunity and fucking exploit it. Don't sit here. Well, he's racist, bitch. So was Andrew Jackson. So was George Washington. What's new? I don't understand why African Americans are acting like this shit is new. So
it's because
Bill Clinton.
It's because of what you said. You said at the end of the day, we have a different overlap in interests compared to any other group of people, where we relate on the fact that we're men and the fact that we can't fit with the feminist dynamic that's on that liberal side. So as a result, it means that the women are not going to be intrinsic to that. But if that's how we've been raised to view this whole scenario, that's why we have these interfaces of that pretty much block us recognizing an opportunity for what it is.
Well, see, here's the thing. Look, and this is why people don't get my strategy when it comes to this. Like, I wasn't a Trump supporter in 2016, and I'm still not. I'm not Boo Boo the Fool. I'm a hood dude. There's no way I'm gonna sleep on the ops. I'm not doing that. But the point is, I'm used to living in a world where everybody that I'm dealing with and doing business with is gonna have some sort of alternative agenda, and I have to stay on my P's and Q's while I'm dealing with them. So it's not. So when somebody says to me, well, this politician or that politician is racist, it's like, okay, fair enough, he's racist. But I'm used to dealing with individuals, man. I'm used to dealing with dudes in the hood that if you mess around and get in the wrong position, they'll snitch on you, they'll rob you, they'll try to kill you. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're trying to capitalize on the situation without getting fucked over, or as Jay-Z said, I show you how to move in a room full of vultures.
It reminds me of, I'm in a labor union on the East Coast, a very powerful one. And we don't, as a black people, we don't have a powerful presence there, obviously. But one of the things we recognize is whatever they get in negotiation, we also get. So there's overlapping interest there. So while I will never be able to seize control of that said labor union, I certainly can benefit from the association.
Yeah.
But they have to give it to you. They have to give it to you up front, right? And like I said, and so that's what the new groove is. There's no more promises. Well, hey, I'm gonna get you on the other end, right? You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying. So for us as men, like I said, we have to take advantage of it, and there's strength in numbers. Matter of fact, you know, Angry Man, my favorite rap song of all times is "Why" by Jules Santana, right? And Jules said, I don't think like usual people that think like usual people. As a matter of fact, I think like Muslims and movements of people that move with they people that move on your people. Power is stronger than voodoo or evil, right? And I take that to say this, right? So in my life, I've had the frustration because, you know, one of my closest friends ever is just getting out of prison after 23 years. I may have individual success, but I take no pride in my individual success as opposed of the collective success that we could have had, right? And I want to make a point. So a lot of the dudes that you call like Ray Ray and Pookie and everything else, these dudes are intelligent people. I am telling you, in the hood that I come from, I'm the Tom Brady. I'm a 6th-round draft pick, right? I don't have all the natural talent that a lot of the dudes that I grew up with had, right? And like I said, and at the end of the day, right, when you talk about making moves, and when I talked to my homeboy and we cried on the bench when I came home to visit, like, yo, why did you abandon me from the streets, right? And he was like, you know, and he was like, yo, man, he was like, I was just caught up at the time, but, you know, now I use what I got to talk other young dudes out of it. But I'm saying that to say this, is that there's power in numbers. And so unfortunately for me, a lot of times in my life doing what I do, I've been the only black guy there, right? Which is something I don't take pride in, right? And so the reason why this sector is important and the reason why we have to protect the BGSs, the reason why we have to protect Angry Mans is because everywhere I've been, right, nobody could confront me directly. I stand at 6 feet. You know, I'm 240 pounds. I'm an intelligent guy, so they can never confront me directly. So what they'll have to do is they will have to form coalitions and go backdoor and do all of these different things. And I can understand for, you know what I'm saying, for a lot of us where that would be a frustration. But what I'm trying to tell you is that when you have a phalanx, when you have cohesion, trust me, man, I'm telling you, man, they fall apart like paper. Because I had dudes shook when it was just me. So the experience that I have that other black men didn't have was that I ended up working in third world countries for third world people. So what you would call your palm-colored people that work with me, they didn't have the protection of their outer networks, right? So when it was me and them one-on-one, they were shook. But let's say 2 or 3 of them come. or show up. Then they'll start to get, like I said, then they'll start to get bold. And even then I can show them what's up. But what happens is that if you get one angry man, if you get 5 or 6 of them and you walk in that room, because I'm telling you, like the last company I worked at, right, everybody there was Dutch, right? And so when people wanted to, when somebody wanted to kind of knock me off of the temple that I built, what they would do is that they would work around me and be like, oh, well, you know, I talked to the MD and the MD said that the reporting structure need to be this or need to be that, you know, or whatever the case might be. And so all I'm just trying to say, guys, and I apologize, you know, I'll get to the point, but all I'm trying to say is that there's strength in numbers, right? And we really need to hold each other down. We really need to stick to the script, right? And for me, I am loyal to this. I know a lot of you don't know me personally, but I'm known through GG. I'm known through Art Lusal. And one of the things that we have in our organization is the ability to reward and punish.
Yeah.
Right. And so this is where loyalty comes from.
Sandog, they're asking, do you have a channel?
No, I don't have a channel. No,
Okay.
because y'all haven't blessed me. Right. So you know what I'm saying? So no, I'm serious. I'm not, like I said, no, I'm not going to. And that's what I'm trying to say. Because I got
Real talk.
Because BGS, you and I talked on email, right? And I'm gonna send you my real name. And then also too for Angry Man, I'll give my name in his I'll give it to you a messenger, right? And my whole thing is, no, like I said, I believe in this sector. I respect this sector. And the reason why I'm here is that I'm tired of being alone. Right.
Word.
So, you know what I'm saying? So when I was the director of the trucking company in Afghanistan, I had one of my homeboys that I could pull in because everybody else was scared to come. And so everywhere I've been the only one because I've been in a position to hire previously, but you know, a lot of dudes like, yo, where you at? I'm in Pakistan. Nah, son, I can't do it. You know, or I'm in Somalia. Nah, I can't do it. So, you know, again, so me just being the only dude, right? I'm really glad. And like I said, I really appreciate this sector. And by no means, because like I told you guys before, like I got certain things in my life straight. And then there are other things in my life that are, again, that are not so straight. So like I said, you know, BGS, I'll shoot you an email. Angry Man, I'll hit you on Facebook in terms of, because you've already seen my page, Angry Man, and then that way you can see who I am. And then, hey, it's either thumbs up or thumbs down, because it's the same conversation Nameless and Diddy had, was that in the Jedi Temple, not everybody's meant to be a Jedi. So, you know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if Sandog, if my worth is only coming in to talk to you about the expat game or the military or how to be an officer, that is my damn worth. That's it, right? If Angry Man and BGS vet me and say, hey, you're good enough to sweep the floors and wipe the windows, guess what I'm doing? I'm sweeping the floors and I'm wiping the damn windows.
Word. Salute to you, bro.
You know what I'm saying? That, like I said, again, that's it. So, you know, and so you can see my Facebook. Okay, and hey, I know who you are. You're right. Don't have a channel, right? And hey, if you want to, you know, again, we can have panel chats. You know what I'm saying? You know, I could come up. There are certain things that I have a decent knowledge of or that I've dealt with that I could share with the sector. And if that is it, if that is the limit of what I'm allowed to do, then amen, so fucking be it.
Yeah, knowledge has a lot of crossover. What you're saying about the point of penetration with a tank, that applies, man. It applies in a whole different spheres. So that's why I said write it down, man, because what you just spit is real, and that needs to be passed around.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Sandog. Because once more, you know, it's acknowledging what you just finished saying. And again, I'm gonna say the same thing. Don't downplay what you bring into the table, family.
No.
Because you know, just from what you said, how many of us do you see there, yet how many of them do you see? And you see what happens when just one of us shows up to that sphere and we stand in our square and giving them directions.
Yeah, man, because I'm telling you, man, because it's hard. Like, you know, again, I would work with, you know, British dudes, Dutch dudes or whatever. And for a lot of them, it was hard taking instructions from a young black guy that's a few decades younger than you. right? And I had to, and like I said, I had to put that grip on them. And like I said, again, you know, and there's a lot of things like, so when people talk, when I got on Gigi's channel and we were talking about black men and racism and everything else, remember, there are 8 activities to life. And like, as you guys said, the sphere is so big. And then you're talking about Angry Man going mainstream. And so again, you're talking finance, recreation, romance, right? Education, career, personal development, all of these things tie into what the black man's struggle is and ultimately what our solutions will be, right? And so it's a thing of, and like I said, and what you're getting with BGS, Angry Man, Dr. T. Hassan, Tom Curry, and Green Gorilla is that you're actually getting doctrine. So remember, in the military, you'll go from doctrine, then you'll go to, and then as you use the doctrine, you'll get standard operating procedures. And then from standing operating procedures, you're going to get tactics, techniques, and procedures, which is basically a fancy way of saying a rule of thumb.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right?
I got a question for you, BGS.
Yes, sir.
When you did the video the other day, you brought up an interesting talking point, and I'm wondering if you're going to expand upon that, because I kind of suspected it in my mind, but that was one of the things that I didn't know how to articulate, because the way I viewed it, I've looked at it like, okay, the way this country is set up, the way it's been operating, somebody has to be smart enough economically to say, you know what, this whole race thing is bad for the American economy.
Yeah, that has been, I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw some economists actually say the exact same thing. I'm trying to remember exactly where I saw it. If I find it, I'll shoot it to you, because that has been circulating around for quite a while, because it takes, there's somebody, you know what, it was actually a chick, she was actually talking about it. It cost, they said it cost like, no, it cost 182 billion for, it costs 182 billion dollars a year to actually hold the black people down, especially black men.
Yeah, and see
around there.
Yeah, I mean the prison, the criminal justice system alone is a tremendous economic drain on this country overall.
Yeah.
And I mean, and that's as much as a great subset of the overall weight and the cost of racism in this country. The fact that so many trillions of dollars go into the policing, the incarceration, the prosecution, the housing, all of that, money. Just,
I mean, they actually pay 50% more to put boys into special ed, to put black boys in special ed. Special ed students actually cost more. So to shuttle black boys into special ed, it costs them more money. To put them on Ritalin costs more money. To actually police them costs more money. To have them
and
on
you're
the street,
setting them up for failure.
Yeah.
That's going to result in them eventually winding up in the criminal justice system.
That's the other thing too that I actually discussed one time on our panels. I said, to me, it doesn't really make sense to suppress a section of your society, because that actually takes away from your country. If you have people that are being undereducated and you know they lack certain skills,
it works, Angry Man, if your country is a pyramid scheme, which America is and has always been, going back to slavery. So because as long as you have a small percentage of people who get to extract 95% of everything, from their perspective, it works.
Yeah.
And that's how this is set up.
Because they're not paying for it.
But a pyramid scheme, but the only thing about a pyramid scheme is ultimately the pyramid scheme busts out.
Collapses, which is what's happening right now.
Happening right now.
That's exactly what's happening.
But you know what, guys? But again, and I'll say this, and I'll get ready to head out, but I'll say this. This is where your point of penetration is. Now, remember, in economics, you have something called opportunity cost.
Okay.
Opportunity cost is that which you forego in order to obtain something else. So it goes back to the point of, okay, me and Angry Man are in the Republican Party, right? And look at the cost of racism. You're talking about 16 trillion. So if you were to get up there, because remember, the Republican Party, what are the things that we say? We talk about less government involvement and less taxation, right? And not the wasting of money, right? So if you go in there with the discussion of just raw, talking in pure terms of money, right? How much money you're wasting, right? How much can be gained if you turn these people into productive citizens, right? Because when you talk about business development and sales, there's a part of it that's emotional and social, and there's another part of it that's actual dollars and cents, right? And so,
Sandog, you mentioned.
Let him finish though.
Yeah, so there's a part of it that's actual dollars and cents. So if you got up there, so let's say if me and Angry Man were two Republicans out of the state of Texas, and you got up there and then you made the comparisons, and then you're talking about, hey, what, to Angry Man's point, right? Because I'm telling you, Angry Man, I can validate everything you're saying. I see it with my own eyes. America is not the only place anymore with skyscrapers and a Pornhub account, right? You know what I'm saying? Again, these dudes are looking to compete. In the UAE, they sent the first Arab man in space, right? And Sheikh Mohammed is like, yo, we want to be number one in everything as much as we can. We want the Wall Street of the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? So everything here is all about being number one. When I first came to UAE, Angry Man, I saw Sheikh Mohammed on TV. God bless this man's soul. And he was talking about education. And he said, I don't want education for my people 5 years from now, you know what I'm saying, or 10 years from now. I want them to be competitive now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so in this country, we have something called Emiratization, where opportunities are provided for the locals, right? For the local people are here that make sure that they come up and that they're competitive. And I support it 1,000%, right? It's like I said, this is what a leader should do. But for us, right, if we went in there and we gave the raw facts and the raw data and said, hey, while you were dicking around, here's the opportunity cost, right? Well, China said by X amount of years, we're going to have so many doctors and so many engineers and everything else. How are you going to compete with China when you keep putting your population in jail over petty crimes?
Exactly. That's what they're finding out.
Well,
And we're gonna go about 15 more minutes. Go ahead, Guru.
Well, Sandog, you were discussing the opportunity cost. You said that you were probably the least talented amongst your cohort of friends growing up. Is that what you said?
I'm telling you, not even.
So what's the opportunity cost to the country of destroying all of the more talented men of your cohort? It's a ghastly loss sustained by a society that how many geniuses amongst all the black men that were in prison that were destroyed before they ever got a chance to do anything with their life? What's the cost of that?
It's a net drain on society because it costs money to house them instead of them being productive.
And see
when you think of let's take COVID. How many potential geniuses could have contributed to the effort of resolving that issue, or HIV, or fixing the economic system?
Go ahead, Valdez.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too that I thought about a while back. I said it's really going to boil down to are white men really going to sit back and watch the country implode? In what's really more important, maintaining the status quo of this sort of racist caste system, or competing with the rest of the world? Like, do you really want to be last in everything? Do you really want to be in a position where other countries are going to be able to come and do to us what we've been doing to other countries for a very long time?
And this is where control. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And this is where it's interesting, because when you look at what some of the policies that are going forward as far as what's being suggested bill-wise, like take a look at that the inquiry they're doing now to black men. I think it's really going to be spelled out very clearly. The cardinal sin of the United States, of the biggest thing they're worried about is also their biggest potential of growth. Because when you look at the data, we are the only demographic that is not being allowed by the general sphere of policy to really stretch our roots out and really flex like we could. Because if we did, the amount of disruption we would cause every market here, they would have to change the way they do everything. But the catch is they're already being faced with this dilemma, because as of right now, everybody that's of 15 years or younger, they're already in a minority. And so when they say words like folks who are minorities, that's about to start including white people technically.
Yeah.
Well, white
Whether they
women
want
are
to
a minority too, though.
Well, you're talking about classification and status. But the fact is, what everybody just said is they're putting their best and their brightest and not capitalizing off of that, because that's I guess truncated would be the word, because those are losses. When you think about integration, it took the best and brightest out of our culture and our neighborhoods, and it brought them into what they would call the mainstream. So think about that. They've been, for the last forever, they've been putting the very best of the very people who built the damn country behind bars.
Yeah.
And that's
So
it.
they're not even able to make advancements, whether it be science, politics, music, everything. That's us.
Because I'm telling you, man, look, we all speak the same lingo, man. And Angry Man spit some of the most gangster shit I ever heard. I woke up one Saturday morning, because for me, you come on early mornings.
Okay.
And I woke up one Saturday morning, right? And you was talking about, the power organization and how, when you talk about dudes in the hood, strengthen the numbers, right? When gangs take a block versus an army, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the gang takes a block, right? In the army, we call it seize the objective.
Yep.
In business, I'll call it an acquisition.
Yep.
It's all the same damn thing. It's just that there's different verbiage for wherever you may fall in life.
Facts.
Right? But it doesn't. But it doesn't mean that you don't have the acumen to do either of them. Right. And so the whole thing. So the very fact, like, to your very point. So when I do my job here, right, when you guys talk about game, that's what I got. I got game, because Angry Man will tell you, when we was coming up in New York City, right, if you on a train stop, right, you on Utica Ave trying to catch the 4, and you see this cute Jamaican girl, you got 2 minutes or less to grab her attention, right? Because if the conversation goes if your introduction or your elevator pitch is any longer than that, you lost. You know what I'm saying? So, so at the end of the day, what happens is that you're talking about a unity of black men, and like I said, cats ain't stupid. So over here, I make my money, that's great. But you know what? In the States right now, there's a dude that's a truck driver that owns 5 trucks making money that I never dreamed of. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, so at the end of the day, between us as men, one of the things that I'm urging people to do, right, is not get caught up in things like class, you know what I'm saying, and station and everything else, because I'm telling you firsthand, man, from the streets of New York all the way to where I am now, at the end of the day, the word nigga still applies.
It does.
Facts.
About 10 more minutes, guys.
Yeah. Hey, man, peace to the panel, man. Master Teacher, I shot you an email.
All right.
Angry Man, I just hit you up in just a quick, just saying that I'm Sandog in your Facebook. And like I said, at that point, man, for you guys, it's up to you to tell me to fuck off, right?
Man. You're hey, Sandog, you're already in, man.
You know what I'm saying?
You're already in.
To barbecue a mildew. But like I said, at the end of the day, man, like I said, I just, for me personally, I just want to see black men make it. I'm tired of being alone. And for those of you like who are in the chat and everything else, when you hear Angry Man, it's not that, to his point, it's not that he's up here blowing a Trump baton and saying that that's the path to freedom. What he's telling you is that it's opportunity and you have to exploit it. Sometimes in life, opportunity is nothing more than a ray of light shining through a keyhole, right?
Yep.
It's not always a big cave opening for you to walk through, right? And so again, just like I said, the same thing in war. Sometimes that in that point of penetration, either you can find bypass or you have to breach. If you have to breach the obstacle, you may take some losses, right? But what we're being offered now is a fucking bypass, and you need to bum rush it and take advantage of it.
Hell yeah. They're not even taking advantage for the people that are leaning towards the Democrats. They're not even taking advantage of that. They're not even taking advantage of the fact that they're desperate to get their vote. Like, that's why it's like, man, come on, you gotta look whichever way. And BGS, he's heard me say this. I've heard BGS say this numerous times.
Mm-hmm.
You vote your interests.
Yes.
So, if you're leaning this way, you got to make sure that they giving you something. Like, look, the stuff that I heard your boy say, you feel me? That sounded better than what the other dude said.
Exactly. Exactly. So we should have went right to the Democrats. Hey, Trump got the platinum plan. What you got?
Exactly. But we didn't do it.
We didn't do it.
And you know what? I tell you something else, BJS. I don't know if you noticed this. But right after the George Floyd situation and the riots and everybody started talking about racism, they just completely forgot about the reparations conversation.
You know what? The reparations thing actually started to wane and die is when the FBA and the ADO started arguing over who was going to lead it and who's going to take credit for starting the thing, and the ADOS belongs to me and you can't use it and that kind of stuff. And that's when it kind of disintegrated.
Yeah.
And then Tariq did a good move with presenting the idea of foundational Black Americans. But by then, the issue with those two is that Tone had the legal inertia. And so that was really making some real pushing points, but they brought the identity politics with the Coombe River crap all over again.
Over again. So, yes, and that's what happened. So it took all the momentum out of it. So because with George Floyd coming in and the protests and riots, that would have been the best time to if you're actually cohesive with reparations and ADOS to actually interject that right into it. Okay.
Facts.
And push it right on through there.
Yeah. But this is all looking like it's born again from us not coming up used to seeing us operate as a group like that to take advantage of momentum. I mean, Sandog can speak on that. Anybody that's been in the military, you already know the most important thing you learn is your role in the chain of command and how to perform that role to meet an objective. But we've only learned how to do that as individuals, and we do damn good at it. But it's like, in order to really get politics, it's the definition of that, of being able to aggregate, because we operate in a democracy as so as we've been told. So you need numbers for that, and you need numbers with an objective behind that and present punishments and rewards. And I don't see the examples of us having that in the culture. But again, we go back to the space, and we go back to what both of you really been talking about, but Angry Man in particular lately, of really breaking this down piece by piece so that we can take this information and confront our immediate family with it damn near. I think I told you already, Angry Man, that I had to sit down and go through I had to report to the gynocratic powers in my own family.
Yeah.
And a lot of the points that I was able to bring up, part of it was some of the points that you went over in a lot of your live streams, highlighting what Trump did and why. And it inspired me to go back and really dig into what's not being said, because that's usually where the mix-up comes in.
And I had a whole argument. Not an argument, but I had a whole back and forth with my mother on Facebook.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, we can have the discussion. I don't mind having the discussion with anybody, but I want to have the discussion on the points and on the policies. I don't want to have the discussion on trivial things. I don't want to have a discussion about whether or not Trump should have tweeted such and such. I don't want to get into that. I want to get into the policies. And what I found is, whenever I get into these conversations, half of the people I'm talking to, they don't even know what the 94 crime bill is.
Facts.
Yeah.
And see, this really speaks to what you mentioned earlier about how a lot of the nonsense we get is rooted and animated by the conditioning because they're being trained by other women that are in the gynocracy telling them, go get them. Again, that proxy violence crap. And it's not that they're coming at you with the intent for violence. It's just that they're trying to bring the corrective conditioning towards you. And they've got a laundry list of shaming mechanisms to use to try to get you in place. And if that doesn't work, then you get attached with these labels that could potentially have some ramifications on your job. And if this happens on Facebook, for example, and an employer sees you get associated with stuff like that, that could affect your money.
Yeah.
And this is what I see all the time.
Yeah. Well, we got about 5 more minutes, and
yeah,
I'm stick my bike behind the bed.
My butt.
That's why I got an avatar.
Yeah. but BGS, I just want to tell you and Angry Man this. We talked on Diddy's channel this past weekend, and I just want you guys to know this. One, a prophet is never accepted in his own town.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Second, because Angry Man, I'm of the Islamic faith. Right, and remember, because like my pops and them came up through the FOI, but I'm Orthodox, right? And so, when the prophet, peace be upon him, when he first received prophethood, remember Khadijah took him to a relative who was Christian, and he said, "I wish I be alive for the day that your people will drive you out." Right, and Muhammad, and like I said, Muhammad was shocked to hear it, and so. All I'm just trying to tell you, man, is that, I know it gets hard. I know it gets tough. And even me, if I was in your position, I would have dropped the rod. I would have dropped the staff and walked away a long time ago. But sad and most unfortunately, like Thanos said, I too am cursed with intelligence.
Yeah.
Right. And so what you got to remember is that there are a lot of parallels between our people and the Jews of old. Remember, they begged God for a deliverer to be taken out of Egypt, right? And as soon as they got out of Egypt, even despite the fact that these niggas saw God as a cloud by day and a pillar of fire at night, they were still ungrateful.
They still cut the fuck up.
Yeah, why are we always eating lentils? Moses don't know where he going, right? So all I'm saying to y'all, man, is again, keep the faith, stay the course. You got disciples that love you. You got Simon Peters that are willing to pull that knife out, right? You know what I'm saying? You got an Aaron that's going to back you up. You got Abu Bakrs that are willing to sit with you in the cave. You know what I'm saying? Again, we're out there. You know what I'm saying? Salute guys and peace out.
All right,
peace, man. Dog.
Hey, look, at this point, I'm Charleston Heston standing on the side of that cliff with them tablets.
Don't tablets.
Man, everybody.
I think you just did. Both tablets.
Those that won't live by the law.
Hey, if that's how I gotta be,
like cold dead hands.
Yeah, I heard that. Anyway, closing thoughts, folks. I gotta take my black ass to bed.
Oh man, is Black Huru still around?
No, he left already.
Oh yeah, he would leave because I had to put that avatar out there so he could look at it.
Oh, he saw it. They left. I put it up on the big screen so they could see it.
Yet again, sir, you are not.
You ain't shit.
Oh, hey, that's a good thing. Hey. It's on my birth certificate.
Well, maybe Kawhi would do some low management next year. Maybe it'll work for him next year. So,
and well, that's next year. We got, they can start again next month because season's gonna start. The new season starts next month.
Wow.
My closing thoughts is I'm gonna holler at y'all later because I need to go to sleep.
I know you did. You should be exhausted, man. But the thing is that that's why I brought you on, man. I wanted to clear things up. Not even clear it up because I wanted to get you to get your thoughts out.
Well, you already know, BGS. We can go back and forth. I got nothing but respect for you, bro. But
I know.
It is what it is. My biggest thing that I am tired of is I'm just tired of the guys here that I'm looking at flip-flopping.
Oh God. Oh, you That's why I call them blue pills. You know, I got a strike on my channel by calling them blue pill ciphers, man.
For real?
Damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they give me strike for that, man. I called out names about people doing that shit, man. You know, running back and going back into the matrix, man, and taking people with you.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then have the nerve to come back like they didn't do shit.
Yeah. I don't like the rocking people back to sleep BS. I don't like that, but you know.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. But I'll holler at you fellas later,
Yeah,
man.
thanks for coming through, man.
Yeah, take it
Peace
easy,
out, brother.
family.
All right. Take care, everyone. Peace out.
Anybody else closing thoughts?
I'm gonna let everybody go, then I'll go.
Well, I'm the young pup, so I'll speak first. I'm a young pup. I just want to say thanks, BGS, for having me. It was an honor to be on this panel, especially on such a pivotal conversation. And these are the type of conversations that are necessary to move us forward so that we can stay on the same page and get our thing codified so that we know how to more intelligently proceed. So I'm ultimately thankful. And hey, my saver is for you guys.
Appreciate it, bro. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it. All right, now me, I go next. My closing thoughts is that, first of all, thank you, BGS, for having me on your platform. I really appreciate it. I do enjoy your work, your content. I enjoy Angry Man's, Kevin's, Ascidians, all the other guys on the Manosphere, because you all guys, you guys all bring something that benefits Black men in some form or fashion, whether it's knowledge, information, history, you know what I'm saying? Learning to put yourself first and stuff, the red pill lifestyle. You guys, collectively, you guys have changed a generation of men. And that I'm very much appreciative for. And as far as like the video, because I saw the video of the fact that the gender war is over, I do agree. You know what I'm saying? But I agree on the stance that the hardest part is over. You know what I'm saying? Now it's just like, the cleanup crew. You know what I'm saying? Clean up finish off the rest, pick off a couple of stragglers that's still left alive, and then that's it. But I do believe that, yes, we have won the gender war. So that's just it. Good night, brothers.
I'll modify it to that phase of the gender war since Angry Man has enlightened me. Okay, now we need to go on a different mission, which is going after policy and media and that kind of stuff. We have to do it a different way, in my opinion.
Yes, absolutely.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I guess I'll close out. The last thing, well, the first thing I said coming up on here is this: the whole video BGS did reminded me of the concept of Zanshin. It translates to the remaining mind, which is an important concept we use in swordsmanship when after you finish your strike, you make sure that the target drops. You don't return the blade to the sheath until it is done. There may be other opponents that are around you. If you let yourself get consumed by the fact that you landed your hit and cut down your opponent, then you're wide open to be struck from anywhere and anything. The Zanshin, or the remaining mind, is just that, the remaining mind. You follow through. That's what this is about. That's what this is doing. Don't linger on the things that you just finished doing. Understand that it's a modality to a bigger objective. And as BGS said before, the space is sacred. If you lose this, you're not going to get another one back. Not like this.
Not like this.
And probably not in your lifetime. So treat it accordingly, because we've got gems in this space. But to the panel, to the chat, you guys have a good night.
All right.
Salute to you, bro.
Peace.
Magi in the building. Y'all go
It's
ahead.
hard to follow that. But I'm gonna say the space will never be lost. Point blank period. We're gonna be here. We're gonna hold it down. And screw the Lakers. Simple as that. Okay? And I'll holler at y'all later.
kiss the ring. Kiss the ring.
Damn. Well, I guess I'll be the last one. I didn't really get a chance to talk too much because I want to let y'all brothers, hash out
whatever your thoughts is and whatnot. I already got my own platform, so I can speak on that. But salute to you, BGS, and all the elders. As a young brother, and I'm sharing your words with a lot of young brothers in the city, man. They're rocking with y'all. You got some ground support. So whenever y'all trying to do an airstrike, we got you, man. We can mobilize. And even though I might not be able to go with you guys on some journeys because I'm not trying to get canceled, you feel me?
Okay, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm able to support you wherever I can because I'm gonna start going to the UK with my album when it drops.
Okay.
So I'm gonna definitely wear y'all.
You got support over there, man, because there's a lot of brothers over there, man, that rock with us.
It's hard to follow that, but I'm gonna say the space will never be lost.
I think you got your playback.
We're gonna hold it down. And
yeah, go ahead. Hey,
but
go
yeah,
ahead.
no doubt, you guys are preaching some facts, and the whole panel was on fire. You guys are part of the productive aspect of Black male thought in this entire country, possibly the world. You feel me? This is a collection and a distillation, like namely the others were saying, of the greatest minds among Black people in this modern era. Period. Just period. We affect like Tariq, who affect other people. We affect people like Joe Budden. We affect people like 50 Cent, whatever. We affect all the other people. We are the nucleus. And we got to treat it like that. Y'all got to respect these brothers and their space and their work. They're putting their lives on the line for y'all niggas. You better recognize, and that's 100. And they dig deep. Like me, myself, I ain't nowhere near these brothers on the panel, but I brought out Alfred Kinsey. That's part of the reason why you had these feministic laws with the gender studies is because of Alfred Kinsey. And you got to dig into the scholarship.
You do.
So support the scholars, give them money, help them.
Yeah, help them. Keep. I'm trying to build them a base so we can keep them here and keep them healthy and keep them thriving. And you know, they don't want a lot of money, but the thing is, they would like something. And I think for the work they do and the reputation that they carry, you know, they deserve it. And they will actually move in spaces that we can't. So, I always encourage people to actually support them, subscribe to them. You know, give them your tools and fuse if you got them, and you know, keep them fed, keep them healthy, and that will actually do work for us. They already have, they've already made inroads. So, you know, like I said, I always tell Dr. Johnson and Dr. Gigi, I'm trying to keep you guys here. Same thing for Dr. Dunbar and Nicole. I'm trying to keep you guys here.
Yeah,
you know, so you
we're
guys
trying
can
to keep you here. You feel me?
Because
you bring them in.
Yeah, well, I'm bringing them in for a reason. I'm bringing them in so that you know, before I have to, you know, transition and go do something else, and I may not be able to be here, but I want to make sure that I leave a solid base before I actually go. So, you know, that's why I want to make sure they're up and running and healthy and thriving, and then able to mix in with the manosphere as it exists, and you guys can actually start to do work because they need support, and they need to be known, and they need people to carry their message. And by the same token, we need them to actually carry the message on the other end and influence people that actually do policy. So we actually help each other. And basically, like I say, Dr. Johnson's success is because of you guys, and because of his success, there's more people that want to come in. So we have it's just symbiotic. So they said because Dr. Johnson was a test case. Can he come over here without being attacked? Will he be protected? Will he make a few dollars? Will he be supported? All that kind of stuff. And now that they see that he is, now you have, instead of having one only, now you have 2, 3, 4 that are coming in, you know, or 5 or 6 that are coming in. So, and there's more that are possibly on the way. So the thing is that, you know, like I said, I want this space to be unlike any other. Because I want this space and the brothers that are in this space to be cutting edge, because you know, if you have a small body, you need a big stick, and we need a big stick, and that stick has to be cutting edge, and that's what I'm trying to build on my end. You know, Angry Man's carrying the weight. I'm trying to do my thing. So,
and that's admirable. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I treat you guys as my brothers, my elders. I treat y'all like father figures. So if, like I said, I will go to bat for any of you at any time in public in front of a tank because I believe in what you guys are doing for real. You guys are doing the work of God.
And vice versa, bro. You do
No
the same
doubt,
thing.
brother.
And when you get over there, man, you know, shit, you know, tell them you part of the manosphere. There's brothers over there, man. We just talked to a few. So
no doubt.
All right, y'all. Thank you, Shango. You know, I know you. I think you dropped the link to your channel. So if you haven't, do it again.
All right.
And I'm taking my little old behind the bed.
You enjoy it, bro.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.